It's on.
Hi, does that? Yes, it seems to work. Right, well, good morning, everybody. I think we're about 15 seconds early, but I'm sure you won't hold me against that. Welcome to this panel today, which is about the global regulatory picture for tobacco harm reduction, novel nicotine products. I'm Barnaby Page from Tamarind Intelligence, the publisher of e-cig Intelligence and Tobacco Intelligence. I have with me, going from the right, going from your left, we have Peter Beckett from the UK, Lindsay Stroud from the United States, Michael Landl from Austria, and David Yu from China. I should say from the USA and China, in ways that will become clear. So that is a slight change from what you may have seen in the program. Stephanie, from Jewel, who was going to join us today, was unable to. So we do, in fact, end up with a larger and slightly different panel. So what I'd like to do to start with is just run through my four fellow panelists. Just introduce yourselves quickly, who you are, what your organizations do, and so on. We'll start with Peter over there, because then when we get to David, he also has a video to share from one of his Chinese colleagues. David himself, though as will become clear, though he works for a Chinese company for Two Firsts, his focus is in fact very much on the United States, and that's what he'll be focusing on discussing today. But one of his Chinese colleagues will join us briefly by video, not live, but by a pre-recorded video, just to give us an update on China. Anyway, enough of the introductions. Peter.
Good morning, or good afternoon, however you're best feeling at the moment. My name is Peter Beckett. For those of you in the room who have not yet met me, I am from an organization called Clearing the Air. We are part news service and part consumer advocacy organization. And our objective is to help nicotine consumers become effective advocates for the things that they believe in.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. For my American friends, good morning for you guys. My name is Lindsay Stroud. I'm a senior fellow at the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. I'm also the creator of Tobacco Harm Reduction 101, and I've been working on vaping issues since 2016. So I'm really excited to be here, and thank you for coming.
Hello everyone, I'm Michael from the World Vapers Alliance. We are a consumer organization basically fighting around the world for sensible regulation of less harmful alternatives. And obviously currently we have a focus on the EU level as well, so also with international organizations and institutions, and we try everything we can to raise consumer voices and make sure that we are heard.
Hello, hi everyone, my name's David and I'm working at Two Firsts. Two Firsts is a media channel with industry news, and we also a think tank and focusing on the vaping industry. And my boss called Alan, he's not coming here, I apologize, but he prepared a video about the regulations in China. So here is the video, I think.
Yeah, we'll go over to that. Nadia, could please.
If there's one thing that's worse than somebody coming in by video, it's someone coming in by video and not actually showing.
Dear experts and guests, hello everyone. Today at JFN24, I am honored to share insights about China's regulatory framework for e-cigarettes and the importance of global regulatory collaborations. Let me introduce myself. I'm Alan, the co-founder and CEO of Two Firsts, a global leading NGP industry, media, and consultancy. Every day, more than 10,000 users worldwide visit our website, including regulators, entrepreneurs, media, and researchers. Returning to our topic today, why is China's e-cigarette regulatory policy so important? Because 90% of the world's e-cigarettes are manufactured in China. China's regulatory framework for e-cigarettes includes several key components: legal systems, administrative management, product standards, taxation, and enforcement actions. Legal system. China has established a comprehensive three-tier legal system, ranging from nation laws to state council policies to STMA implementation methods, covering both existing and potential NGP under regulation. Administrative management. The production, distribution, and retailer of e-cigarettes are all included in the licensing system. All companies engaged in the production, export, and brand export of e-cigarette must obtain a license, with strict requirements for obtaining a production license. Moreover, China places great emphasis on protecting young people and minors from the harm of e-cigarette, explicitly prohibiting sales to minors. Product standards: China adopts a whitelist system, allowing only 101 substances to be legally added to e-cigarettes, while prohibiting flavors such as fruit. These standards apply exclusively to products sold domestically. Taxation: China levies a tobacco consumption tax on domestic sales, collected at 2 stages: production, import, and wholesale, with tax rates of 36% and 11%, respectively. Enforcement actions: according to statistics from January to May 2024, China's STMA, Public Security Bureau, and other departments have conducted no less than 13 large-scale enforcement actions, with the value of illegal e-cigarettes investigated reach $145 million. China's regulatory policies for e-cigarettes have a profound impact globally and serve as a reference for many countries in formulating their own regulations. Now, let's discuss global liberation for e-cigarettes. First, I would like to clarify that China is also a victim of the illegal e-cigarette trade. Those who sell counterfeit and substandard e-cigarettes globally often operated illegal factories without production license in China. China has consistently cracked down on such illegal production. When formulating China's e-cigarette regulation policies, policymakers have considered the international market's need, such as verifying product standards in different countries, and have established a robust mechanism for international regulation cooperation. Let me provide 2 examples. For example, China's nation standard for e-cigarettes stipulates products should comply with the standards of the destination country. If there are no standards in the destination country, products should comply with Chinese standards. While China can prohibit the sales of fruit-flavored e-cigarettes domestically, it cannot interfere with market sales in other countries. Therefore, if your country updates its product standards, it is advisable to share them with Chinese regulators to ensure that Chinese manufacturers adhere to these standards. Second example, if there are quality issues with products from China manufacturers, reporting to them to the STMA promptly, as violations can affect the company's e-cigarette business license qualification. Sharing official enforcement actions with Chinese regulators will enhance deterrence against violators. Losing a production license means the company cannot continue product in China. Due to time constraints, I cannot more examples. However, I want to emphasize one point. China is currently the supply chain center and may also become a global hub for vaping industry regulations. Let's work together to build a safer and healthier tomorrow. Thank you.
Right, so some insight there on China, a country which is obviously enormously important in the global e-cigarette industry, and one about which we don't actually hear a great deal at these events. Our focus today is global. I think inevitably we are going to be talking quite a bit about North America and about Europe, given the composition of our panel. But I hope we'll be able to reach farther afield in some of our discussions as well. And I'm sure some of you, when we have questions from the floor at the end, may be able to give some insight from other countries. But to start off with, what I'd like to do is go round the circle here again. I'll start with Peter again, and simply ask people, in your country or your region, which, Peter, you might consider your region to be Europe, or you might want to look strictly at the UK, or what have you. What do you think of regulation at the moment? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? What's the temperature like?
I mean, the temperature in the UK is slightly cold and generally raining, but I feel like that's not what you actually want me to talk about. we are, over the next 5 years, going to see the revision of the well-known Tobacco Products Directive, a file from which many other countries take inspiration for their own regulations. And we've just had, in the last couple of days, the results of the European parliamentary elections. So perhaps I should start there. What we're seeing is a shift to the right in terms of the voting composition of the major legislative body that will determine things. There is a majority up the center, but there's also a majority up the right, which there hasn't been before. And that's going to be crucial in terms of what the new regulation is going to say. We know that the European Commission is going to propose something that's going to look awful. We're talking flavor bans. We're possibly talking about a reduction on the already too low 20 milligrams per milliliter limit on nicotine. And we as a sector, and we in our case as consumers, are relying on the European Parliament to bring a little bit of sense to this regulation. And anybody who follows European affairs will realize that that's a very odd thing to say, but it does seem to compute in this sector. I'll talk a little bit more about the detail later, but in terms of what is the temperature, I guess the answer is we are about to find out.
In the United States, the regulatory field, it sucks right now. The FDA decided that they wanted to, regulate e-cigarettes, and they just seem to be unable to do so. To date, we've only have 23 products that are officially authorized by the FDA, legal for sale, yet there's thousands of products, and there's millions of adults who have quit smoking using these products, and the FDA doesn't seem to recognize it. But in the States, we have a really weird thing with the federal regulator regulating it, and and a lack of enforcement. It's not like the FDA has a police force that they can just go in and tear down people's brick and mortar shops who are selling vapor products to people. So I think they're in a hard spot. I know that we've been working on, and they're trying to work on the continuum of harm, informing adults who smoke about less harmful alternatives. They're doing a really poor job on that. It was Scott Gottlieb back in 2017 who said that the agency was working on, we're going to inform these people who smoke of, that there's a continuum of risk in tobacco products. And if you look at all the surveys, there's more ignorance when it comes to nicotine and what is the most harmful thing. So, I mean, in America, I know a lot of the world looks at America for standards. Please don't do that when it comes to e-cigarette regulation. It sucks. It's one of the worst things in the world that I've seen. And I think that it's just a hindrance to harm reduction for adults who smoke.
Yeah, I mean, for Austria, it's quite easy to answer because there is no debate about harm reduction, and we basically just follow whatever the EU says we have to do. And that's why I would like to emphasize Peter's point a bit further, because the upcoming Tobacco Products Directive is not only a European thing. It will affect basically all regions of the world, because other legislators tend to copy-paste the EU legislation on those kind of things a lot of times. And that's why we as an organization have such a big focus on the Tobacco Products Directive as well. And yesterday already Politico reported that a flavor ban is already in the making, even without the review of the Tobacco Products Directive. So that already shows in what direction. Yeah, it was in Politico. Basically that the member states, some member states, especially Denmark, tries to push a flavor ban already next week. And so this is unfortunately the direction it will go, and we will fight against. And hopefully the new parliament, obviously it's a bit soon to tell, will be more leaning towards harm reduction, and we will find some more allies to fight back against those proposals from the Commission, which, yes, will definitely be bad.
Okay, so for China, I would say we're trying. And several people met me, they said, oh, Chinese government, they don't even have a harm reduction, such a action on any vape or tobacco stuff. But I would say we are doing it, because such vaping or alternative product is kind of a new in the whole world. It's a new industry, and the government and regulators are actually trying to see where is the balance point. It's not highly regulated or banned, or it's not, they don't even care. So from 2021, disposable is booming, and the government see there's a consumer trend on the vaping industry. So from 2022, the Chinese government has the method that Alan just introduced to you guys. So actually, I would say Chinese government is trying to following the trend and do the harm reduction stuff. But I will adding something to the FDA stuff. So my personal view is, even if they're doing a conservative regulation, some people say it's not good. But for the whole industry, I would say US market give them a place to do the innovation, to do like the new products. You cannot see any products in UK or in Europe, there is a screen on it, but we can see it in US. Any new industry, any new innovations is happening in US. So I would say it's not only the best thing from FDA, it also helping the whole industry growing. But FDA also, because we talked to Brian King last year, he said he's also trying to see like what he should do. They're doing the tracing and locating where the black market goes, but they are also finding a balance point. So I think as a media, we're trying to pass in the truth and providing accurate information to all the regulators and government to like helping the industry growth.
Can I segue on that part? Brian King did not authorize a single e-cigarette last year. He did authorize 662 combustible cigarette products. So I'm just saying it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard the FDA held up as a beacon for good regulation. It's an interesting place to start. It's been 12 years, and they still haven't got to a place that they feel comfortable with. And it's emblematic of something that I think we need to be honest with ourselves about. I hear a lot of talk in this conference, and I understand why I hear it about, we need to build a bridge to what I call the other side, and have a constructive dialogue with people who take a dimmer view of tobacco harm reduction, and perhaps we can get them to see the light. It's been 15 years, guys. It's not going to happen. They have all the same information we do. They're not idiots. They've made a decision. Let's stop pretending that that there is a negotiation or a debate to be had here. This is pitch battle warfare. The sooner we accept that, and the sooner we realize that, look, actually what we need to do is stand up for our rights and what we believe in, and what was called yesterday, the fact that tobacco harm reduction is a civil liberties issue and a human rights issue, and if you can't see that, then screw you. We're kind of starting in the wrong place. That wasn't true 10 years ago, but it's true today, and I think we all need to wake up and see it.
Thank you. I'll just I'll add my 2 cents worth on the FDA there. I'm sure we'll be coming back to it. Yeah, I mean, I think you're both right in a sense, and I'm not just trying to smooth the waters there. I think the problem with the FDA situation is that on a very abstract and theoretical level, yes, the model makes sense, pre-market review, scientific review, et cetera, et cetera. It makes sense if you have 15 products a year of a type that are already well understood. It doesn't make any sense at all if you have a sudden influx of 700,000 products that consumers are already using and that are out there.
And to add, it doesn't make any sense when the alternative is a thing that kills half of its users when used as intended.
Well, absolutely, yes. So it's not it's not the model that's wrong. It's the fact that the model is completely inappropriate to this market, I would say. I also just wanted to add one quick thing on China to supplement what David said. Just if anybody wasn't in the last plenary session, the big one just before the coffee break, there was a really interesting fact brought out there toward the end, that China Tobacco, which is the state-owned tobacco corporation in China, has the world's largest collection of tobacco harm reduction patents. So even if we don't see THR happening on an obviously large scale in China at the moment, if China Tobacco and the government, same thing in a sense, did decide to introduce THR, then they are potentially very well positioned to do it on a very big scale. very, very quickly. But to come back to what we were talking about when we took the temperature and not the English weather in this case, let's go back to the TPD if we can, because the Tobacco Products Directive, the EU directive, because as we said, there's a revision of that coming up. Actually, perhaps I'll turn to you first, Michael. Are there, we talked about flavors, are there other specific risks we should be looking out for? And are there specific wins we can be looking out for, things that might go well for the sector?
I'm always a bit skeptical with wins because I think it's already a win if we avoid the worst proposals, unfortunately. Obviously, it's also always a bit hard to admit the current regulation is kind of okay, but I think that's the case in the EU at the moment. There are, as Peter already mentioned, the nicotine levels and volume limits, they make absolutely no sense, but as a consumer you can deal with having a couple of more smaller bottles, even though it doesn't make sense from an environmental perspective. So I think in an optimal scenario we could tweak those things and make it a bit better, but in a realistic scenario it's about fighting against further regulation. And I think the flavors will be the main battleground, but there is a separate legislation, the TED, I think, the taxation directive. So this will be the other battleground because the Commission also wants to increase taxation, so basically doing the opposite what works, namely risk-based taxation. And the Swedes are doing it, but the rest of Europe is just ignoring the success there and they want to do the opposite. So I think those two things, flavors and taxation, will be the main battlegrounds and obviously also from a consumer perspective the most important ones. I mean, a flavor ban would mean vaping is dead, at least on the legal market for most people. And obviously if they increase the prices, it's also a big issue. So I think those two.
Sure, and a good point about the tax directive there. We tend to get so worried about the TPD or so excited about the TPD, depending on your perspective, that we forget about the tax directive. Also worth noting, there's quite a lot of EU environmental directives, sustainability and traceability and what have you, either in the works or you know, being issued recently, which are not directed specifically at this industry, but many of which will have some effect on them. Peter, I'm sure you have opinions here, so please weigh in with those. But could you also say a few words about the strange case of the United Kingdom, which of course has regulation that is very closely based on the TPD because the UK was an EU member at the time that it introduced that legislation. The UK has of course since left the EU, so it's under no obligation to follow the new TPD. Will it?
Well, we'll take the last bit first and go from there. No, the UK will not follow the next TPD. There is a revision going on in parallel in the UK of the tobacco and related products regulations, which is the UK analogue of the TPD that was passed prior to Brexit, which was, of course, a fabulous decision of my fellow countrymen to leave the world's largest trading bloc and pursue our own fun, independent future. The legislation essentially gives powers to the Secretary of State. So it doesn't actually do anything in and of itself. What it does is it gives the Department of Health the opportunity to make future regulations without putting them through Parliament. That legislation was halted by the genius decision of the UK Conservative Party to call a general election, which will happen in 3 weeks. The Conservatives will lose it, Labour will come into power, and my guess is they'll bring back more or less exactly the same bill, which also contains a generational ban on smoking. Still don't really know what I think about that, so I tend not to comment on it. The Labour Party manifesto has said they will ban the marketing of flavoured vaping products to kids, as one line, but no detail on it. So we can fairly safely assume that it's not a priority, might not be the first 100 days, but at some point the Department of Health will be given new powers to regulate. From there, there'll be consultations and we'll see where it lands. There is other European legislation that relates particularly to disposables. Nobody seems to have noticed, but disposables are going to be banned in the EU from 2026, whether we like it or not, under the single-use products regulation. Still not sure what I think of that. Disposables are the gangrenous arm of this industry that gets us all sorts of nasty attention, but at the same time, they're quite important to some people because they don't require a huge investment and they don't require a huge amount of technical knowledge to use, which makes them perfect for particular communities who struggle to give up smoking with the products that are currently available. So, well, you know, whatever we think of it, it's happened. You know, they're gone, and we're going to have to think about those communities in a little bit more depth when the design restrictions come in.
Just one sentence about the UK, because I think it's a prime example that we shouldn't take anything for granted. I remember 2 or 3 years ago at the UK Expos, consumers always told me, no, it's safe, we are safe, we don't need to do anything. And then within 2 weeks, probably, they changed the position on a couple of aspects at least, which I think should be a reminder for everyone that nothing is for granted and it can get worse pretty fast as well.
Yeah, let's dig into why that happened, though. You have a desperate government that needed a headline and made up the policy without reference to its own health department. The establishment view in the UK remains what it was 12, 24, 36 months ago, which is harm reduction is good. But what I think we've seen is a slight aberration in Conservative Party policy. The key thing that we all need to watch now is how Wes Streeting reacts and how the UK Health Department reacts. I think he's got good people advising him, and I think he'll have really good people advising him when he gets into the Department for Health. And I think he's the kind of guy that takes advice.
Great, thank you, Peter. Let's actually go off, well, I say go off script, we didn't really have a script, but let's just actually follow up something Peter mentioned there, which is the generational age bans, you know, the saying that tobacco will never be sold to people born after a certain date. Now, we've, of course, had 2 high-profile examples of those, proposed to be brought in the United Kingdom and in New Zealand, both of which were very quickly abandoned, though they were abandoned essentially for political reasons, not because public health opinion changed. What do we think of them? Do we think they will come to pass? If so, do we think they will work? Do we think they are valuable additions to the army of, if you like, positive and constructive tobacco control? Or are they simply sort of setting up an ideal that can never be achieved? I'll throw over to you, Michael. I know I hadn't asked you to prepare this.
I mean, for me, prohibition is prohibition, no matter what the product is. And even though if you don't like the product, prohibition basically never works, and history has shown that. So I'm pretty sure that a generational ban also won't work. And I always imagine in, I don't know, 10, 15 years, how would that work in practice? Then you have a 40-year-old and a 39-year-old, and one can buy cigarettes and the others won't. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I think that's also more headline grabbing and election saving maneuver, and it definitely won't work and creates a black market like every prohibition does. But I think from our perspective, the more important point is to make sure that not other products are included in that. And in the UK, we have seen that heat not burn is included. We'll see if that stays that way. And the problem is also that I think if the UK kind of falls, then other countries will follow. So I think that's more the danger than the actual practicalities of it, because I don't see a way how this will ever be enforced.
Can I answer that? Because actually in Massachusetts, Brookline, Massachusetts has the city actually has done a generational ban on tobacco products. And I mean, I'm reading it right now. The court did uphold it because, you know, it's America. We like to sue on anything that happens or any regulator comes down. So at least what I can say from the states, and it's usually how everything does happen, they start at the local level, build their way up, get the state to do it, and then move it over to the whole, like, federal ban. So we were dealing with the menthol ban, which has been, again, political reasons. We cut it and everything. So I don't know how they're going to enforce it. I do think you're going to have a lot of issues on it. But I also just think, too, you're going to take tobacco, a regulated product, and kind of really throw it into a major underground market at this point, because now it's like an illegal drug, you know. Oh, I can't do this, but my granddaddy could. It's just, I don't know. It's really weird.
Just to follow up on that for a second there, Lindsay. What do you think about age limits generally in the United States? I mean, of course, the tobacco consumption age has gone up with T21, which is quite unusual. The alcohol, or the legal, I should say, alcohol consumption age, for example, is higher than in much of the world. So there certainly is acceptance for that model. Even if a generational age ban doesn't come in, could we see the minimum consumption age going up to 25, say?
Probably, actually. I mean, I personally, I don't think that T21 lessened youth vaping in America as much as a lot of people want to put it. I think that the 2019, the 20% of kids who are vaping, I think it's literally an anomaly. If you look at the graphs, it just does not make sense on it. But I could see 25. I could see that increasingly happen. We are kind of turning into a nanny state where I guess we don't have parents anymore and our government as our parent now. So I don't think it's really being enforced too. I mean, again, we did T21 decrying, oh, these kids, the 21-year-olds, they won't be able to go sell these to kids in high school, but kids are still vaping. So again, like you move this age and you're still decrying a youth vaping epidemic. Thank you, U.S. Senator Durbin, on that. But I think it's a lot of just whack-a-moles and, also a conflated problem that really wasn't a problem until they started screaming it. And then again, America, 7.7% of kids were vaping in 2023. That's less than 1 in 10. It's also a 61% decrease from 2019. And again, 2019 is when 20% were doing it. They declared a youth vaping epidemic in 2018, and that was the FDA and the CDC. And you look at the WHO too. I mean, if you saw some of their graphics that they did for World No Tobacco Day, who exactly is marketing to whom? It seems like the WHO, they got this one that they just did on their tweet where they are showing kids, a vaping device, and the kid's like, what is that, a lighter? And it's like, well, the WHO is the one who's now telling them that it's a vaping device. So, I mean, exactly, I don't know exactly what they're going off on, but back to the thing, I do not think that 25 will, it could happen. Massachusetts, if it's going to happen, it'll happen in Massachusetts.
But wouldn't
California, shouldn't have a problem. They banned everything.
but wouldn't it be the most American thing to have that, and then you're allowed to vote for the most powerful man on earth? You're allowed to buy a gun, but not a vape.
It never ceases to astonish me that we're still using the word epidemic after we had an actual global epidemic of a thing that killed millions and millions of people. But, that's an aside. What do I think about this whole generational ban thing? Well, I think it's probably unnecessary if you use harm reduction strategies, because the market will do it anyway, and people will stop selling cigarettes because people don't want to buy them. I don't see what good and what end this serves other than to allow traditional tobacco control to take credit for a victory that people in this room and beyond it won with harm reduction. And it goes back to the point I was making about this being a culture war. Why is this a culture war? In theory, we all have the same objectives, which is to reduce the death and disease from smoking. But we're now arguing over who gets to take the credit for the actual reduction in death and disease from smoking. That doesn't make any sense to me. It only makes sense in some warped political reality where outcomes don't matter. And that's where these ideas come from.
Okay, the first thing I want to add is, even if in America they do have the legislation, but I would say from the market side, I didn't see any enforcement. So I don't know, does it make sense we have to discuss about those, even if it's generation, age restriction, or flavor ban. Like, I'm in Massachusetts, I live in Philadelphia. New Jersey is a place where flavor banned, but in local level, there is a city council. I have a vape store, smoke shop owner. He told me that you can buy a ticket from the city council and you can still legally selling the flavored disposable. And even in Massachusetts, even in Los Angeles, under the table, they're still selling it. So there's no enforcement. So, and also, I would say most of the wholesalers and the vape store, they don't even pay tax. But they really care about the teenagers. But this is the thing I think the marketing, WHO, CDC, they're informing people this thing is not good enough to our teenagers. So they're actually accepting such concept. They're protecting the teenagers. But I would say such action is enough for people. But we also have to do more enforcement on taxation and like age restrictions in the United States.
Yeah, great. Thank you, David. I mean, I think that leads on, onto a bigger point, which is, apologies if you heard me making this before at other conferences or in other sessions. I believe that these days perception is more important than reality in the regulation and in the formulation of policy around this sector. To exaggerate only slightly, I would say that if there was not a single child vaping in the entire world, we would still have a youth vaping issue. It would still be big in the minds of regulators. How do we get around that? How do we overcome that? Lindsay, I'll ask you first, because you're American, where they're a little bit worried about kids vaping.
Well, I don't know how to get around that. I mean, you know me, I do the numbers. I mean, 7.7% of kids are vaping in 2020. To put that kind of in perspective, that's 2023. In 2022, 7.7% of adults were vaping in the States. I can't wait for the 2023 numbers to come out because I'm just hoping that it's higher than the 7.7% of youth. The kid argument, but it goes back to honestly, this messaging, this narrative on the kids, I mean, it does seem like it comes from the World Health Organization. And I go back to what they sat there and said at the end of COP, the Secretariat. Like, if one kid, is addicted to nicotine, it doesn't matter of the 1.3 billion people who smoke. And Cliff Douglas said it last night, too, about it. And this is another thing that's kind of just getting lost. There's more people smoking around the globe now than there were 10 years ago just because of population increase. Yeah, the percentage of people who smoke is less, but the number of people who are smoking is still more. So when you're looking at the cost of that, that's still a greater cost besides the percentage of it. So I'm just done with the kid argument. I don't care anymore about the kids. I mean, and to go also to the point of the kids too, why is nobody ever talking about you are going to have a generation of children who we're never going to be smoking because they've been exposed to other alternatives and these are safer products. You are never going to have the disease that are associated with combustible cigarettes, and this is an entire generation. And I don't think that's emphasized enough when we are looking at the kids. And for the Americans, and Senator Durbin, if you're watching this, good job. I mean, youth vaping went down. You can quit wasting taxpayers' dollars on that and solve our debt crisis. If you do care about the future children, you should care about the $32 trillion in debt that we're dealing with. Thank you for coming.
And I think one way forward with this is to be a bit bolder in calling it out, because I'm convinced that the majority of the people who always bring forward, let's protect the kids, they don't really care about the kids. They want to ban products they personally don't like. Because otherwise they would actually listen to the kids, and every survey says, for example, that the flavors are playing a minor role in the picking up process of kids. And it's still in every argument when it's about flavors, it's always kids, but they refuse to listen to them when it's clear that most of the times it's other issues why they start consuming nicotine. But the people who bring those arguments forward, they don't care apparently.
Michael's absolutely spot on. If there wasn't a single child vaping in the world, the WHO would have to invent one. And it speaks to the self-interest of that organization. What was it, 2 days ago, they put out a tweet saying that vaping products were designed to kill. Like, those were their words. And I'm sorry, excuse my French, fuck off. Like, absolutely not. You as a public health organization that is supposed to be involved in informing the public about what is real and what is not real, you need to have a level of credibility. And this matters beyond vaping. At some point in the future, the WHO is going to have to tell us all to stay at home because there's another pandemic. How are they going to say that and expect to be believed after having obviously and publicly lied about relative risk in the area that kills just as many people as the pandemic did? It's outrageous. We should all be outraged by it.
I think you're quite right, David. That's absolutely sort of ludicrous comment, isn't it? I mean, even combustible cigarettes are not designed to kill. That's not their purpose.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't understand it. I don't understand the motives behind it. And I don't believe that these are just evil people. But what they are doing is evil. Let's be honest about that. Let's not pretend it's well-intentioned. Let's not say, oh, well, look, what we really need to do is, engage with them and put the arguments to them. That was true 12 years ago. The date of guilty knowledge passed a long time ago. We need to accept that we are in a pitched battle and a culture war, and we need to act appropriately. And if there's one piece of advice that I could give people who campaign on these issues, it is that. Look at the fucking reality of the situation we are in and accept it. Because it's not going to change, and we can't change it. We need to work with it.
And then another trick they always use, or sometimes use and start using, is the definition of youth. I can't remember who it was, but it was young people are picking up vaping, and then I looked into it, and it was people who are 30 and younger. And then, I mean, that's not a teenager if you're 30. So we also need to be careful with the nanny state and paternalism that they don't turn us all into kids at some point. And the generational smoking ban, I think, is the first sign of that. So that's always another way around the kids argument to make everyone a kid.
I have a little bit opposite view. I think flavor ban is actually helping people because from like the supply chain side, I would see some data from like export to different places. Like 2 years ago, we don't have any generation ban in China, but still we don't have generation ban right now. Like you can still buy cigarettes or vape even if you're under 18. But like 2 years ago, we have a flavor ban. And I think it's suddenly like helping a lot. Like who's gonna refuse the grape or any fruit flavor that if you give a kid? I would say yes, if I wanna try. Even if you don't tell me there is a nicotine, I would try this kind of taste for new. So I would say flavor ban can actually help a little bit.
I mean, am I going to address that, or is somebody else going to?
I mean, if that were true, then we wouldn't see a single smoker, because nobody could ever say, if it's a 15-year-old, that you like this taste, but people still started to smoke. So I think there are deeper underlying issues why people start consuming nicotine. And the other problem with the flavor ban, obviously, is that almost every adult is using some kind of flavor as well. I told the story earlier, we tried to showcase that in front of the Dutch parliament once, and we gave out flavorless ice creams to politicians to show them flavors matter, right? And what applies to ice cream applies to vapes as well.
Yeah. I think I'll just interject something.
Well, I mean, I think also the bans, I mean, again, we are looking at children and not considering the adults who smoke. And I can tell you, too, the bans haven't worked out. When you looked at Massachusetts flavor ban, you saw an increase in kids smoking, actually, smoking combustible cigarettes. San Francisco, California, when they did a flavor ban, there was an increase in kids smoking. I was looking in Canada at their analyses, and you actually have an increase in the number of kids who think that smoking is harmless and vaping is harmful. So the flavor bans, and again, if you're gonna ban anything, ban cigarettes. I mean, that is the harm, but nobody's arguing that. And I always look at the Australian model on this one, like you have to go get a prescription to get a vape, but you don't have to have a prescription to get a cigarette, which would be really stupid too. Imagine going to your doctor, hey doc, sign me up for cigarettes. But I mean, it also, if we're looking at the harm reduction potential too, banning, I don't get why the generational bans, why wasn't there a generational ban in the 1990s when 50% of kids were smoking regularly, 25% of them were smoking daily. You're seeing this knee-jerk reaction and these restrictions that are put in place on a tobacco harm reduction product, and that's really what's getting lost in the whole messaging, is that these are safer products, and most of the people around the globe do not know that they're safer while they're smoking a cigarette. And bans only reinforce that. When you start banning flavors on e-cigarettes, you're making e-cigarettes look bad, and you're making them look more harmful than combustible cigarettes, because those aren't banned, but that e-cigarette is.
I mean, you think a flavor ban's a good idea and it benefits people. I want to ask the question, who?
Okay, I would say because it's a new stuff, vape is just a new industry. I would say they're Safari and they're looking for what way we should regulate. So at this moment, I would say flavor ban maybe as a like a temporary solution for them, but we don't even know what's next generation product it is.
Banning stuff is never a temporary solution.
Okay.
You never ban anything temporarily. That's not how bans work. So again, who does it help? I tell you who it doesn't help. It doesn't help people who have been inhaling, essentially burning compost heap for 20 years and want an alternative that makes them inhale something different. That's who it doesn't help. But I don't know who it does help. Does it help kids somehow? No. Does it help businesses so they can reduce their SKU count and perhaps their inventory? I don't know. But it doesn't help the target population. And it doesn't appear to do a huge amount for the non-target population because kids have smoked for hundreds of years. So I just don't see whose interest that is in other than people who need to justify their existence with something.
I guess you could maybe say, and just say, sorry, Lindsay, I hadn't noticed you picked up the mic earlier. I guess you could maybe say, and I'm very aware there are flaws in this argument, that a flavor ban is a concession that could be made short of an outright ban. So if that's the choice of two evils you have, then you go with the flavor ban. But one can certainly make a slippery slope argument there as well, which I'm sure you're about to do.
Well, I mean, prohibition in America was supposed to only be hard liquor, and then it turned into a full, all alcohol ended up being banned. So I do not like the concession. And again, you're getting, I know in the States too, they'll offer, we're going to do age-restricted stores. So wait, so as a child, I can go walk into a store and there's cigarettes there, but there's not an alternative. Anywhere that a cigarette is sold, a tobacco harm reduction product should be there. Again, starting to put bans and restrictions on them, it confuses the general public about these. I mean, it's getting worse. You walk around and you're vaping and people are looking at you like you're crazy and they're smoking and you have to be like, this is actually safer, but I know you got all your media from the WHO, so I'm sorry about that, but it's just, yeah, the misinformation that is really coming from public health. And I said it yesterday on the panel. We are living in this really weird time where it actually is the tobacco companies that are doing more positive towards helping people quit or switch to a less harmful product than the public health organizations and the WHO. I just don't get it.
And also, I think we need to be a bit realistic, because even if it were the case and we get a flavor ban and kids are not vaping or consuming nicotine anymore, is the alternative that they don't do anything instead of that? And I just don't think that's the case. We all know when we were young, you're trying stuff and sometimes risky behavior and stupid behavior. And I think it's a fantasy world mainly politicians live in when they think, okay, we ban something, then it's gone, and also they won't do anything else.
Let's look at the mechanics of how you ban flavors for a second. And I'll throw this one out to the audience because we haven't done that yet. How do you define a flavor? Anyone? What's the definition of a flavor in a bill? Anybody at all? That's the problem, right? There's two ways of doing it. One, you convene a committee that determine what a flavor is, and they examine every single product to determine what it tastes like, and they artificially legislate for it. Or you have a white list of ingredients that can be included in products. Now, that's been done in the Netherlands, and the guys in the Netherlands who make e-liquid tell me, almost without exception, that you cannot make a palatable e-liquid with that list of ingredients. And it's ban of not only any flavor that might not taste like tobacco, but also pretty much all the tobacco flavors as well. So forget even the ideology of it, right? The mechanics don't work. A flavor ban is a product ban, essentially, because you can't really do it properly. So let's kind of move away from this discussion of flavor as something that we all instinctively know. You know, if we have to take the lesser of two evils, and that's a crap political argument, by the way, but if we have to do it, let's talk about marketing practices that we don't like, because that's the thing that gets on people's nerves, is actually marketing practices. And there's a very, very simple solution for this, right? You let manufacturers make science-based claims about the things that they're selling. The only reason all of this terrible marketing exists, and it's just bad marketing, that's what it is, right? The only reason it exists is because in every market that I've ever worked in, and all the ones I haven't worked in, people who make vapes cannot explain to the consumer what their actual value proposition is because we medicalized nicotine 30 years ago. It's really not particularly clever. And I tell you what, if you say to people, okay, prove that they're safer than cigarettes through, you know, this protocol or that protocol, through I don't know, through a biomarker study or through an aerosol toxicology study or whatever, and then you can put it on your packaging, you get rid of that problem overnight. It's a very simple solution, and yet what we're talking about is banning something that nobody in this room can even define.
Right. So let's let's move on from flavors to something that is, in fact, very much related to what we've just been talking about. Because what we're essentially talking about was miscomprehension by, you know, by politicians, by policymakers, by the health establishment. Just to give you a very, very brief comment about something we've done at eSig Intelligence, which I think you might find is interesting, is for some years we have conducted an annual survey of MEPs, members of the European Parliament, who are, you know, elected members of the Parliament, basically asking about their knowledge of novel nicotine products and also their views on them. And, you know, all sorts of data comes out of this on a year-on-year basis and so on. But there was a very interesting correlation. It may not be surprising, but it's very, very strong correlation. The more they know, the more sympathetic they are. People who understand this area see what we're getting at, and they tend to support the products, not necessarily completely unequivocally. You know, these are not by any means, you know, necessarily THR fanatics, but they are people who at least have some sympathy and an open mind because they have been educated or educated themselves. So how practically can we do that? How can we, and not just in Europe, but anywhere, how can we go to politicians or policymakers, perhaps certain transnational organizations are beyond education, but let's not hope all of them are, you know, and how can we change that? How can we win people over by educating them on the benefits of THR? Michael, do you want to?
First of all, may I say a wish to you, and please do that again for the new parliament. That's so helpful. And I can't even remember, but there was the highest amount of MEPs, they weren't even aware of a single product, right? So I think that is the main problem if we look at any parliament around the world, that most of the politicians, they just don't know what the products are, they don't understand it. It's not like that all of them hate it and want to ban it right away, they just don't understand it. They maybe see a cloud and think it's the same as a cigarette, and that's about the basic knowledge in most parliaments. How to change that? Obviously, that's the key question and the toughest one, but I think it's just persistence, and especially consumers have one very powerful thing, and that's the personal story, because nobody can tell me that vaping didn't work for me. It did, and if we tell them, I think that's the best route to do as a consumer, but also to try to get the science in the parliaments, because for some reason only the scary and bad headlines are sticking in the heads of politicians, but the 500 positive reviews, they tend to be ignored or not seen. And I think that's also where academics can play an important role, and just on an easy understandable level, updating politicians about current scientific advances.
David, I think you have.
Yeah, I think first we have to let the government know there is already a consumer trend in the world that people are trying to vaping, that let them know the importance this product is. And as I said before, sending the choose more accurate information to all the stakeholders, all the regulators here. And but some of them don't even understand what's the product. Like, they don't even know the category, like heated, like the combustible, or just the disposable. They don't even know the categories we have. So I think we have to find what's their interest, like taxation, anything to as a start, but let them know what's exactly for this product, like what's actually, is it hurting people or it's more harm reduction, let them know. But it's definitely harm reduction. Let's say 100 years ago, take a look at the scale of 100 years ago, people are using the cigarettes. But I would say at least maybe 4 of us believe like 100 years later, vape might be the new way to take nicotine. We have to let them know actually this is more harm reduction. So sending the truth, more accurate information to them.
But ban flavors.
Nice.
No.
God. Wow.
Look,
You're the
So-
bully of the, okay? I'm going to call you Trump now. Talking to lawmakers, okay? And if you guys know me, you know I'm a former staffer. I was just in the media, or the consumer media engagement workshop. So if you've seen Shawshank Redemption, okay, I always bring it up, because I love it. But when the guy, he wants his library to be made nicer in prison, and he starts writing a letter every week to the state lawmakers, and he wrote it for 6 years, and he finally gets a response and a check. And then his response is, I'm going to write 2 letters a week. It's persistence, especially if you're a consumer going to the lawmakers. It's persistence. You're not going to get a response back, and it's okay. But as you said earlier, I mean, yeah, a lot of these lawmakers don't know anything. I remember in 2018 on a tax bill in one of the states, and this person, they had props with them. They brought up like a big mod. They brought up a jewel, and I was watching these lawmakers' eyes bug out while they're sitting there debating on taxing this product. So, I mean, they want to do something about these products, but they don't know it, so you have to inform them what it is. I don't think that every single lawmaker is completely against THR, and I don't think any single lawmaker will sit there and say that they don't want to help people quit smoking. But they are getting bombarded by a very effective campaign from the WHO and Bloomberg groups, and they are persistent. They also have the same messaging. So coordination and persistency is, if you want to start changing the hearts and minds of lawmakers.
I love that you brought up the Shawshank Redemption, because it allows me to do my favorite Malcolm Tucker quote from The Thick of It in history, and then compare it to consumer advocacy, and I hope this works. So consumer advocacy is a little bit like Malcolm Tucker's description of the ending of the Shawshank Redemption, and apologies for those of you who haven't seen it, I'm about to give away the ending. There's just more tunneling through shit and less redemption, and that's kind of what it feels like sometimes. It feels the same for all of us, and sometimes it feels hopeless. But the fact that vaping is still legal in Europe is because of all of that tunneling through shit. So don't for a moment think that you don't matter, because you do.
Well, very overrated movie, in my opinion. But let's get back to the topic. Yeah, I mean, this is something that I think Peter, and carrying on the theme of politicians, something I think Peter mentioned very near the beginning. As I'm sure everybody knows, we had a strong showing from the populist right in the recent EU elections. Perhaps not completely sweeping the board the way some people have predicted, but certainly a very notable upsurge. We obviously have a very distinct possibility of a Trump win in the United States in November as well.
Okay, no.
Right. Well, let's say for the sake of argument we do. Anyway, and we see similar patterns in the rest of the world as well. Not uniformly, not without exceptions at all. Let's not get melodramatically carried away by it, but there does seem to be some shift toward the right. Is this good news? Is it bad news? Does it depend on the country? I'll let you
Start first, actually. I mean, I can tell you in the States right now, it really doesn't matter whether they have an R or a D behind their name. I watched the Senate hearing 2 days ago, and you had Republicans that were pretty much doing the rhetoric that you heard from Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids a few years ago. So, and Trump banned flavored pods. I mean, that's why we have the disposable problem. So I don't think it's a left or right thing. I do think, at least in the States, I think it's more of a person thing now at this point, and that's the only way that we're going to be able to get, effectively through. And at the state level, actually, some of the Democrats have been some of our biggest allies. Actually, it's not. And yeah, and I'll be the first person. Like, don't give any money to your politician thinking that they're going to save vaping for you. Sorry, I went on the record saying that.
I mean, in Europe, and I'm not sure if Peter will agree with me, there tends to be at least more openness towards new or against new regulation on the right. But I don't really trust this optimism because it's not that they understand harm reduction and the products. It's just they're in general a bit more skeptical towards EU regulation. So it's not an sound ideological science-based point they want to make. They just not want to have more EU regulation, and in some of those countries they actually have very harsh local regulation. So I think on a surface level it might look more positive, but that is definitely not guaranteed.
The Shawshank Redemption is not overrated. The Shawshank Redemption is one of the most beautiful pieces of cinema I have ever seen, and wash your mouth out, son.
Tim Robbins should have won an Academy Award on it.
When I look at the numbers in the Parliament, I look back to the 2013 majority that we had, that was primarily made up of the European People's Party, which is the centre-right, the European Conservatives and Reformists, which is the slightly less centre-right, the Identity and Democracy Group, which is the, how do I put this politely, far-right group, and, the odd sort of bits and pieces from either way. That majority has increased numbers. And, there are party structures that will have institutional memory of the last time. So while I may have personal views on what this means for politics more broadly, in our tiny little corner of the world, it's probably a good thing numerically.
Right. I wanted to turn now. We're kind of running out of time. It's already 12:30, and our so-called agenda we've done less than half of. But we did say this would be free form, so let's keep it so. I wanted to switch something completely different, which is to talk about product formats and their impact on regulation, and equally their impact on the perceptions of politicians that we've been talking about, perceptions of politicians and policymakers. This whole area of THR, and indeed this GFN event, for years and years was effectively dominated by e-cigarettes, by vaping. Heated tobacco was, big in some countries, but really pretty much below the horizon in others. But we now have pouch that is really just become very, very prominent on the scene outside the Nordic countries in the last few years. We have heated tobacco very, very likely to launch in a big way in the United States soon, and getting good traction in other countries. We have new innovations like herbal heated sticks and so on, and doubtless we have other innovations that we've not yet seen, and we'll be talking about here at GFN 2026. From a regulatory point of view, or rather from the point of view of THR's relationship to regulation, are these a good thing or a bad thing? It's easier to just ban them when something new comes along and to say, well, we won't have those, rather than go through the whole process of trying to understand them again. Is that a risk we run, or is the risk of that outweighed by simply offering that greater choice to consumers?
I mean, something that may help people give up a habit that is very likely to kill them, potentially getting banned at some point in the future, is not an argument not to launch that product. Let's start there. There is always that risk. It comes back to what Lindsay and Michael both said about education. It's critical, but it's also very difficult to portion out and give to people when they need it. And that comes back to how much time are you willing to devote to it. And I think we've got a pretty dedicated group here, and you all understand the new formats, so perhaps it's kind of down to us.
I mean, I personally, yeah, I think all the products, the better. But in this United States, we are restricted because of the draconian pre-market tobacco product application process. If heated tobacco finally comes back, because it was supposed to come in May, and I'm trying to figure out where it's going to be at. There's only going to be one brand that's on the market, and it's a very dated product as well because the company would be required to undergo another PMT application unless they can do an SE pathway. But you know, there's a lot of barriers in America to bringing a safer product to market versus bringing the. But I do think that you need to have the variety and the options. But again, there needs to be informed policymakers who understand the potential of this, and instead of hiding behind the one kid using this, I think that there needs to, when doing any regulations on this, what is the acceptable number of youth using this product? In the States, I know if you look at the MSA and the compliance check, so, you know, they go around and they, you know, have little kids who go and try to buy tobacco products. The standard that is for the states to not lose their funding is 20%. So 20% of kids could go in and try to go buy a product and they can get it, and that's okay. So, and we are now at 7.7% of kids who vape, and that's still too high for them to authorize flavored vapes. So, yeah.
That's also the reason why I don't buy this argument at all, that some people say a certain product puts a target on us, and if we ban that and give it up, then we will be left alone. I don't believe that for a second, because then the ants will find the next thing they want to ban and move forward. So I think every new product is good news, and we should fight for it and not give in an inch on all those kind of things, because otherwise they will have the next target there.
We'll take a mile.
Yeah.
Okay. So we already have the conclusion that banning something easily is just not true. And let's say nicotine pouch and everything, it's definitely harm reduction, but I think we need more efforts other than from the company or from the policymaker. From market side in United States, from the nicotine pouch or even Views or anything, they're only selling at convenience store. But actually, most disposable are selling in vape shop, smoke shop. They're using different channels. So I would say if we are actually inviting a new generation product that's actually harm reduction, maybe trying to not stick into the same channel and let more people know this product gonna help more, maybe put it in a smoke shop. But most of the big company, they only holding still in the same channel. Like, most teenagers didn't even see most of the Views and heated tobacco in the smoke shop.
Sure, and I think this discussion about HTP and about pouch and so on, it also goes back to that thing we were talking about earlier about educating politicians and policymakers. Most people in this room, will be very familiar with the whole concept of the continuum of risk. With basically with combustibles at the bad end and nearly everything else bunched down toward the good end. That's a pretty difficult concept to get over to people who find it difficult to distinguish between an e-cigarette and a combustible in the first place. How do we do that? Should we even bother doing that? Do you have a view, Lindsay, on that?
Well, I mean, I kind of actually have been now starting likening it to the electric vehicle push. I mean, you've got essentially, I go back to California, they banned menthol cigarettes and they've banned flavored vapes, but they're also now requiring like car manufacturers to only introduce electric vehicles. So you get that, combustion is bad for the environment. Well, what do you think combustion does to lungs? And this is like your EV, this is your electric vehicle of the device that, delivers nicotine. The big thing on emphasizing is that it's not nicotine that causes the harm. And it's getting increasingly difficult to do when you're looking at, Bloomberg, NGOs, the World Health Organization, this demonization of nicotine. I've been watching it now for like 6 years. I think we're on like full-blown peak alarmism and it's so unfortunate because again we're almost like stupid. We're making people more stupid with the science. Nicotine isn't what causes the harm in cigarettes. It's because you smoke it is what causes all the harm, the combustion and everything. So I guess just emphasizing that and also emphasizing, hey, they do approve nicotine replacement therapy. So I mean, And who do you want in charge of helping people quit smoking? Pharma or, consumers who created their own products to help them quit smoking?
Apologies to everybody in the audience, but this is just a mental note to my team who are watching. The argument that combustion is bad for the environment, so imagine what it must do to your lungs, is awesome. Please start writing an infographic about it.
And I mean, another thing is we need to accept that we can't convince everyone, and we don't have to. So especially with limited resources, especially time, I think it's important, and that's what consumer organizations try to do, guide consumers to the right points of entry when it comes to policy debates, because obviously we will never convince everyone, but we also don't need to waste our time on certain politicians and people, because we don't need to convince everyone, but a critical minority at least, and then it will spread out.
I would say we need more effort on academic side, because it's always a conference or a panel that we're discussing here, but actually we didn't see very official academic paper that's saying actually the vaping is better than nicotine on combustible cigarettes. That we don't have a very official states on this. So I would say maybe more efforts on this.
Great, thank you. We're kind of running short on time now. There's a couple of things I'd like to cover quickly before we before we go over to questions and comments. We've only got 20 minutes left before lunch, which obviously is the big highlight everybody's looking forward to. One is the whole issue in the United States, and so I guess this is pretty much a question for David and Lindsay, particularly though Michael and Peter do feel free to weigh in. I mean, as everybody knows, we have this slightly absurd situation at the moment where virtually every product on the market is technically illegal, but is nonetheless being sold openly, widely tolerated, etc. What's going to happen? How does this resolve itself? It clearly can't carry on indefinitely for years and years. Is there going to be, well, or maybe it can. Maybe that's the answer. Is there going to be the great crackdown that everybody talks about, where we end up with 23, very boring products, or let's be generous and say not so interesting and varied products? Or is that actually is that talking about the sky falling in, and is the reality the real outlook a bit more positive? I don't know what you think.
Well, yeah, in the States, I mean, first of all, in the States, vaping, when people who use vapor products, we don't really care about FDA authorization. I mean, it came out before the FDA even was regulating it. And when we did PMTAs, we kind of knew that they were going to say, no, we don't like you. I did not imagine the explosion in disposables, though. The sky is falling. The FDA has been probably more aggressive than I've seen them in the past 8 years. They've issued hundreds of civil monetary penalties towards not just manufacturers, but also retailers for selling unauthorized products. And they're getting like the biggest fine. I guess, on it's all done by, law and everything. So they can only hit them, you get a warning letter, then you get your CMP, then they can come back and hit you for a largest one. I know the FDA has been trying to actually increase what those fines are. I guess I was reading it. I guess they've issued $1.2 million in civil monetary penalties for retailers and manufacturers selling unauthorized illegal vapes. But it has been always working. I mean, and I don't see them cracking down. When you even look at a lot of the sales data that's coming out of the States, it's only coming out of the major convenience stores. It's not coming out of any of the mom and pop shops. It's not coming from any of the vape retailers. There's a huge market. I don't even think the FDA knows exactly how many products that are on the market. But in America, it's all political. Our FDA is, the commissioner changes when the president changes. So that it's not, the agency that is regulating e-cigarettes isn't really backed by science. It's backed by politics. I mean, that's why you've seen Gottlieb, we're for harm reduction, to Caliph, we don't like you, deny, deny, deny. I know that I guess the DOJ is looking at criminal penalties. We've got a couple, there's a distributor out of New York who is now facing a lawsuit from the state of New York. Then that's going to be interesting to watch to see what happens there. But I think, yeah, it's going to be a waiting game. But I don't think the disposables are going anywhere, okay, at all.
It is just such nonsense, isn't it? We have limited we have limited police bandwidth, and you want them to go after disposable vapes that haven't got an FDA approval? No, they're not going to do that. They have actual crime to deal with. They are in a mess of their own making. That's been the case ever since the 2016 deeming regulation. They've been desperately trying to avoid the inevitable day when they either have to admit to themselves that they were wrong in 2016 or take everything off the market. And they will do everything they can to delay that day for as long as possible. And for as long as they keep doing that, the status quo will endure. It's ridiculous, but that's American law for you.
Just to add very quickly what Lindsay said. As well, I think it's worth noting the FDA has just very recently, it was in the last week or so, they've announced a new partnership with, I think, the DOJ, I think ATF, Customs, etc. A whole bunch of federal agencies. Yeah. So they'll no doubt be going around in sort of big sort of mechanized robots soon. They also seem to be cracking down quite a bit on imports of e-cigarettes. There've been quite a lot of things coming out about the I think if I'm right, they call it the red list. Is that right?
Well, they blocked one shipment. It was like back in like November. I mean, they're so proud of that one. It's like, well, what about the 100 ones that you didn't block?
Well, there is that too. But there's certainly noise about increased enforcement. How much that translates to actual increased percentage in control of products is a different question. David, do you have any views on how the U.S. situation will resolve itself?
The U.S. situation right now, the FDA, it seems in the no enforcement in the future, gonna be a huge problem. But I would say because it's a federal, then go to the state, then go to the city, so it's hard for FDA to do the enforcement directly to local. So I would say they have to do more cooperation kind of to the local side and have the same rules and same laws to do the enforcement.
Thank you. Right, I'm just going to have one more quick question going around the panel. Actually, I'll start with you, with you, David, this time. Quickly, looking forward 10 years, looking to the year 2034, how do you think regulation of THR will look in your country? And note that or you're part of the world, feel free to talk about other countries. Note that I'm not asking here how you want it to look, I'm asking how you think it will look. So, are we eventually looking at at a bright future where combustible cigarettes, have pretty much disappeared, but sale of THR products is widely encouraged, et cetera, or are we looking at draconian bans where a sort of small groups of renegade vapors sort of huddle in secret locations, or are we looking at something a little bit more realistic in between? Over to you.
So first, I would say regulation is not a mean. It's a mean, not an end. And in China, in my country, I would say I will put it two parts. First, there's a young generation, and another one is over 30 who use the combustible cigarettes. And I would say 10 years later, I would say vape and heated tobacco will lead the future. And the regulations may be more strict on the combustible cigarettes, but we don't even have any sign on this. But I would say they are preparing it, and I would say that's the trend. And we will see more open policy to all this next generation products like nicotine pouch or the disposable vape. But right now we're looking what's the future, what's the right way to trade them. But in the future, in 10 years, I would say we can find a balance point.
I mean, when it comes to Europe and regulation, that sounds pessimistic, but that's already the optimistic version, I would say. I think the regulation won't look too different. We might have some worse aspect, but what makes me very positive is just the innovative power of the whole sphere we are in, and I'm pretty sure no matter what the regulation will be, there will be better products, new products, maybe different products, who circumvent the worst aspects of new regulation, and in a worst case scenario, the black market will take over.
And the future in America, I mean, I think it's going to be the same way it is right now over the next couple of years, unless the FDA finally allows it to be a notification process and bringing, new products to market in an easier way for them to be FDA authorized. I think you're going to still see that there's innovation, there's people getting access to, and they're being able to go in brick and mortar shops. If the FDA decides that they're going to really crack down, then we're going to look like Panama, which we were in Panama for COP this year, the Good COP that TPA hosted, and Panama has a ban on e-cigarettes. They also, when you go into the shops, the cigarettes are like hidden. So if you were a smoker, you wouldn't even recognize, if you could buy it there. But when you walk out of the store, there were people with card tables, and they had like cigars, cigarettes, e-cigarettes. You know me, I was asking them like, "What's that flavor?" So. You're not going to get rid of it, but in futures, the one positive thing is I look at the 50 state analyses, and I started looking at that because I really wanted to see the smoking rates on 18 to 24-year-olds, because the WHO and the powers that be, vaping leads to smoking. It's not true. And I think about 20 years from now, you're going to literally have a whole generation that never did smoke, and it's because they were exposed to these other products.
What is regulation going to be like in 2034? Well, in order to continue the obscure 90s movies references, I will move from The Shawshank Redemption to Groundhog Day. Nothing's changed, guys. The other side are going to continue to try and put a sticking plaster on top of a cut that doesn't exist, and it's going to look messy. It's the best we can hope for, and we need to keep fighting for it.
Great. Well, thank you, Peter. I could continue the comparisons, but I'm not going to, because we could go down. We could carry on this all afternoon. We have just a few minutes left for any questions or comments from the floor. Bengt.
I'm Bengt Wiberg from Sweden, inventor and co-founder of EU for Snus movement. Going back to flavors, everybody realize that it's equally important for any safer nicotine products. We have flavors in nicotine pouches, flavors in e-cigs, flavors in heats, flavors in snus. But I have started to come to realize that the decision makers, when they want a flavor ban, they are actually talking about their impression on the packaging. This is a can of nicotine pouches. Can you tell me what flavor it is?
I can't see it.
No, you can't see a flavor. You have to open the package, scent it, and taste it in order to find out what kind of flavor it might be. But when you see nicotine pouches with colorful cartoon chickens on it and names like fresh lollipop smack nicotine pouches, that's what politicians are reacting to. We have to separate packaging and naming of products from actually flavors. Can I have your comments?
Well, I think I addressed that one earlier. The thing that politicians is a very broad brush term, but where there is criticism of flavors, what it actually is criticism of packaging and product presentation. And there's a very simple solve for it, which is let vaping manufacturers tell smokers the truth about what the product is there for. You let them do that, you get rid of all the marketing problems, because you'll actually, as a manufacturer, be able to explain to you consumer what your value proposition is. Until you do that, people are going to come up with crap marketing schemes like the one that you just laid out, and other people will look at them and say they don't like them.
Ben, I'm an American. No, you don't tell me what I can and cannot say. First Amendment rights there. But I get your point on that. You know, it looks like you're targeting children or whatnot, but they're just gonna go move to something else. They don't say unicorn poop anymore. Now they just keep saying cotton candy when they're talking about, you're marketing it towards children. So again, and also why is other industries, the age-restricted industries, can have any flavor that they want. I mean, and if you guys haven't seen it yet, go Google, go on YouTube, put Flavor Town Bud Light Seltzer. It's a 2022 Super Bowl ad, and it looks like a cartoon. And I was shocked when I saw it, and I was like, wait, alcohol can literally put this commercial up, and tobacco can't even sit there and say that, this is a safer product. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be for telling people what they can and cannot name their flavors. So
Yeah, I fully agree. Personally, I don't really care how the package looks like, but I also believe that that is not the real issue for most people who want to ban flavors. As I said before, they just want to ban the product, but they missed the point where it was feasible for them to ban vaping in general, and they realized that they can't do it anymore, so they just go for the next best option, and they know that a flavor ban is a de facto ban on vaping.
Okay, I'll basically agree with Lindsay what she said, but we have a fact in Texas. We actually have a law before. It's the packaging, you cannot have a animal on it, but it actually, from the sales, it actually still grows in, so yeah.
Thanks. Gentleman in the back center there.
Thank you. My name is Cipriano Boboy. I'm from Independent European Vape Alliance. I have a question. Looking at the facts, what do you think drove all those countries that went very rush on e-cig regulation or banning the e-cigs? Who do you think, or what do you think drove them to do so? And what were the arguments, let's say, behind?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead? We've only got about 4 minutes, so we'll
the American youth vaping epidemic is what drove all the bans. I mean, that's the question, right? Yeah. I mean, they were right to call it an epidemic, okay? It was like a 70% increase from kids, vaping from 2018 to 2019. But then it went back down. And now if you notice what they're doing now, they're not talking about American vaping anymore. Now it's the UK, it's New Zealand. I mean, the NGOs have turned their things, but yeah, they took the kid argument. They had a huge increase of the American youth to do it. That and coupled with EVALI, the vaping lung injuries back in 2019, I think really is where you got the put it in people's head, we got to do something about this and ban them for the children or for, don't die.
Yeah, I mean, more broadly, the fish rots from the head, and at this point, the head is the WHO's tobacco division. And I don't think we can even call it misinformation anymore, because misinformation is defined as unintentional fake news. I think we're now talking about disinformation, and it emanates from there and spreads. We can talk about the American billionaire that finances them and whether or not he does or doesn't have any particular influence over the policy direction. It's all frankly irrelevant in terms of outcomes. The outcome is, as the We Are Innovation guys did an interesting survey with Ipsos, there isn't a single country that they surveyed, and that includes the UK and it includes New Zealand, where a plurality of people believe that vaping is safer than smoking. And when you have a plurality that's fed nonsense from a so-called authority figure and they believe it, you end up with crap policy outcomes, and that's where we are.
And actually, with this survey, you can exactly see that because the top 3 countries were Brazil, Netherlands, and Slovenia. One with a full vaping ban, and the other 2 with flavor bans. So it's kind of a vicious cycle, I think, of misinformation, bad regulations, causing more misinformation and back and forth. And that's when you end up with those terrible regulations, I think.
Sure, go ahead. We've got like 90 seconds, so yeah.
Well, what was the reasons in China? You said there is a flavor ban and kind of it's good, a flavor ban. What do you think drove China to make the flavor ban? I know you have, they're allowed just closed pods with tobacco flavors.
How to answer for the flavor ban, but be honest, I cannot, because it's live stream, I cannot do the comment on it.
I can answer. It's because the government owns the
Yeah,
national
sorry.
tobacco monopoly.
I can privately tell because it's a live stream, I cannot comment on those.
Yeah, we'll just fit in one quick last question here, I think. Thank you.
I just want to point out that regarding what David, you and Peter have said, we should question, we are talking about e-cigarettes regulations almost as if they were as bad as tobacco. The intensity of the restrictions and of the limitations of a product should be proportional to the risks and the hazards it makes. So almost every policy regarding e-cigarettes is quite unproportionate because it is not taking into account the low risks these products represent. And in a continuation, and answering your question, flavor is such a personal and subjective experience that it's even uncommunicable. I cannot let you experience what I am experiencing. I can try to define what something tastes to me, but it is just going to be a very low explanation of a very intimate experience. So we should question, and this is why this ban is so essentially wrong, David. The state lacks or should lack the ability to interfere in such an intense way in the way we live and experience our lives. Yes, you can regulate flavorants because of the objective outcome in your health after using it. But you cannot, and the state should not regulate something to limit your personal and ultra subjective experiences.
That's a great soundbite to end on. Lindsay, I know we're after time, but I know you want to have one quick final comment here.
They did ban flavors in cigarettes back in 2009 in the United States. So a flavor ban on e-cigarettes would be proportionate to what they do on cigarettes.
Much easier to do in cigarettes because you know that the substance is called menthol and it has a CAS number.
Yeah, but if you take into account that cigarettes are really risky and hazardous, you might consider that the ban is proportionate. But regarding e-cigarette, it is not.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, thank you. We do need to wrap up now because I know they're on a tight schedule for arranging the rooms here. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you for everybody for coming. I'm sure we're all around in the afternoon if you want to catch anybody. Enjoy your lunch.
And thank you.
He's a
the workshop, which we are calling Regulatory Risk, Investment and Tobacco Harm Reduction. And what we want to do is to look at a slightly different angle at the issue of regulation and regulatory risk, and talk a bit about the financial side, which is something we don't hear about very often. The way we're going to do it is each of us will make some introductory comments. We'll delve deeper into some of the key issues, and there should be plenty of time for Q&A. If I could have the first slide. Right. So in more general terms, if you look at what the sort of key challenges are currently, firstly, and we've heard about this a number of times, is the appeal that current reduced risk products have. Although they're very successful in some areas, it's very clear that it's not good enough for quite a large proportion of current smokers and other users of harmful tobacco. The second and very important point is cost. When you look at the cost of these products, particularly where devices are involved, they, in particularly developed markets, they are just unaffordable. And certainly, and that is partly driven by taxation. You know, to give you an extreme example, in the UK, you know, you're paying 10 to 15 pounds for a packet of cigarettes, and you buy a bottle of e-liquid for, you know, £2.50, and that probably is the equivalent of, you know, at least 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes in terms of liquids. So, whereas when you go to South Africa, for example, you're paying sort of on a like-for-like basis, you're paying the equivalent price of cigarettes, and in other developing countries, it is even more extreme. There you would need to sell these products at below the current cost of production, so that it really is a big issue. Accessibility, we've got these products banned in a lot of markets. And a very important point that we've heard about quite a lot over the last few days is perception that these products are not perceived by many consumers, or most consumers probably, as less harmful. So that brings us to the investment needs, and you know, why do we need investment, and why do we need investment at quite a significant scale? One, clearly, is for product development, to develop more satisfying products, and certainly cheaper products, and I think that is a key issue. One thing that we don't, there is this sort of approach, and understandably, that is sort of one size fits all, and perhaps in many markets that is not appropriate, and I suspect there is room for more market-specific products. I mean, I'm not going to go through the whole list of investments, but you know, I think the one area of investment we don't often talk about is, you know, understanding consumers, making investments in consumer education, making investments into engagement with regulators, and understanding what local regulators need. So that, you know, I think it's unequivocal that there is a very substantial investment need, and the more investment there is, the quicker all these things happen. Which brings us to, you know, what drives investment and what attracts money to the area. And the first and very important is returns. And if you look at, you know, what returns can an investor or anyone in this industry expect, is driven by a number of things. The first one, obviously, is the potential market size. So if you have a situation where these products are banned in half the world, it clearly limits the potential market size, and that really is where the risk factors come in. What market share can you have? And very importantly, what price can you charge for the product? Regulatory risk and uncertainty increases the return that investors require from making this investment. So this is a very critical area in terms of what drives the potential pool of capital that is available to invest. If you have product bans, clearly there is no market. And I think at the extreme end, regulatory burden adds cost when you've got to make products in a certain way to comply with regulation. That all adds cost. And the extreme example is obviously the FDA's PMTA process, which costs, they say $300,000, but we're talking about millions for a product, and that clearly is something that investors need to recoup. On the other extreme, and maybe we don't talk about this often enough, and this is what drives, is a very important investment driver, is where you have unregulated markets, where it's a free-for-all. You have really a very fragmented market in the first instance, so there is no pricing power, and that makes it very unattractive for investors. You have potentially unsafe product, which then invites extreme regulation, and you have potential irresponsible marketing practices, which again, these are, you would think those are great markets, but those are not, from an investor perspective, attractive markets. I want to ask, firstly, Marina, your take, given your experience in terms of the different kind of corporates you've been involved in. So from a company perspective, how companies look at the issue of, innovation and putting that in the context of regulatory risk.
Thank you, Peter. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Marina Murphy, and I've worked in this sector for about 15 years. And in that time, I've worked in different kinds of companies, from big tobacco to very small startups. And it's interesting, as Peter said, to observe internally the different ways those kind of companies think about things and how they go about things. And you mentioned innovation, and also in your slide, you mentioned the important drivers for investment. And one of the most important ones, of course, being the potential for returns. So the companies that are going to give the best returns, of course, are the companies that are the most profitable, which generally tend to be the companies that are the most innovative. And the traditional thinking is that big companies aren't very innovative, they're very slow, they might have a lot of resource, but they're stuck in their ways, and they might be locked into, maybe 2 or 5 year kind of strategy program that's very hard to divert from. So that's the traditional way of thinking. And then when you think about small companies, you think fast, flexible, and pretty creative and imaginative. And I think that has been the case. So if you look, say, 30 years ago, and I'm talking generally, not about the sector, 30 years ago, you would have had startups that came in with some great ideas and disrupted the existing businesses. And these are now pretty much the companies that, the big, huge conglomerates that we see, the big mega companies like Apple, for example. So if we look today, I think the situation has changed slightly, or a lot, in that when you look at the innovative companies, the companies that are doing well, they tend still to be the dominant companies. The dominant companies are maintaining their positions. And again, broadly speaking, that's a lot to do with the fact that they're in a good position to leverage what you would call a digital revolution. And actually, if you put up the next slide. So if you look at this list here, these are the top 10 most innovative companies in 2023. And you can see you know, there's a lot of technology companies there, and there are companies that we now know very well, and they are tending to maintain, or they are maintaining that position. So you talk about the digital revolution, I think it's interesting to look at Moderna. So they used AI, for example, very efficiently in creating their COVID vaccine. So you can see that there's a difference between maybe 30 years ago and now, and I think an interesting question for an investor is, how will this be played out in our sector? Are the big companies that we see now, are they going to maintain their dominant position, or are they going to be pushed aside by smaller companies? And I don't think that's an easy question to answer, because there's, like most things, it's quite complicated. If you think about the mindset of the bigger companies, they are trying to change from companies that sold, we'll say, a glorified agricultural product. It's a, you know, dried leaves rolled up in paper, and then moving to selling a gadget, a device, to being high tech. And I think that's a difficult mindset. You know, it's difficult to change that mindset. And then, of course, you have the internal conflict between, as I said, an agricultural product versus a high tech product, and the different kinds of things that influence that. The other thing is regulation, and, you know, like you said, if regulation is overly strict, that means you've cut off innovation pathways anyway. But also there's, I think, a tendency sometimes to get distracted by regulation. If you think about maybe 5 or 6, 7 years ago, all that we talked about when we were talking about advocating and regulatory engagement was nicotine ceilings. We're like, we have to get over this 20 milligrams per mil is terrible. And we all hate these cig-alikes, they're useless. And then there was a massive focus on creating sophisticated products, different formats. And then there was even companies talking about mixologists and giving you recipes for mixing e-liquids. And then what happened? Juul and Elf Bar, and they kind of went full circle back to a simple product. And I can tell you that a lot of people were surprised by that at the time. I mean, we know and love them now. They're there, but it was a surprise at the time, because a lot of the other companies were, you know, they didn't have their eye on the ball, I think. The other thing I want to mention, because it's in the title, of course, is harm reduction. So harm reduction and innovation. I think we have been very good as a sector creating innovative products that are reduced harm. And we're in the position now where we have products that are very similar to NRTs. So the chemical profiles of those products are very, very close, or almost identical to an NRT. So I think we have achieved that, because there's only so far you can go without creating a product that's so dull nobody wants it. But again, you mentioned perception again. So with harm reduction, I think we're still in that defensive mode where we're defending harm reduction, but the debate has actually moved on to nicotine. And the perceptions around harm reduction, nicotine, the regulator doesn't understand, the media love a scare story, and the consumer is confused.
Thank you, Marina. One of the points I touched on in the introduction was the availability in particularly low and middle income countries. I want to ask Sue to give us a bit more flavor on that, and also talk about, you know, what the importance is of doing scientific research in those markets, specifically around harm reduction, and also how that could help promote accessibility in those markets. So,
thank you so much, Peter. And Marina, thanks for pointing to that chart, which I'll come back to in a few minutes. I am very happy that LMICs, low and middle income countries, or what they would call as the global south in some conversations in public health, are at least represented in this session. And the reason I'm saying that is nearly 80% of the world's users of risky forms of tobacco products live in those countries. If you just add 3 or 4 of them, India, China, Indonesia, and Bangladesh, you kind of come to a number of 750 million people consuming risky smoked and smokeless forms of tobacco. And so if we ever want to have a sensible and a meaningful and an impactful conversation around harm reduction, having that as part of the equation is absolutely crucial, should be top on the agenda, is where I start from. And so then the question really is, what kind of investment needs to happen? Why is it not happening? And I want to just touch upon some of those thoughts. I've written a lot about some of the observations I've had recently in a visit to a very small mountainous country north of India. And I used a phrase called health imperialism. And I'll use that in this context by saying that, funny enough, or rather tragically, policies that are regressive have managed to reach LMICs much sooner than the transnational tobacco companies or innovative tech companies or even pharmaceutical companies who have the opportunity to provide safer nicotine alternatives. And what baffles me is that if you think of this concept, which I have also written about, and we wrote it together, in fact, in an article, Peter and I, recently, on the bottom of the pyramid and the fortune to be made in the bottom of the pyramid. There are nearly 300 million users of risky forms of tobacco in India alone, another 300 in China. And look, yes, they are, as a nation, classified for economic reasons and the sort of geographical and demographic spread as LMICs, but trust me, there are more billionaires and millionaires and a massive middle class in these countries, along with those who may not be able to afford hugely costly, safer nicotine alternatives, but that is the concept of, I would say, a bottom of the pyramid plus, where there is a huge number of people who could benefit from safer nicotine alternatives, starting with nicotine replacement therapy. It is on the essential list, model essential list of medicines of the WHO, and even in countries such as India, where I originally am from. The irony is, in that same country today, nicotine replacement therapy is being pushed back. It's called reverse switch, which rarely happens for a medicine. It's being pushed back from over-the-counter sale to prescription only. Now we're talking about access. This is the biggest block and hurdle to access to nicotine replacement. I'm not even saying go as far as saying safer nicotine alternatives such as electronic cigarettes and so on. Even nicotine replacement therapy available only on prescription going forwards is the proposal which is most likely going to be approved. And where is this regressive thinking coming from? So I'll finish with one thought, which is the lack of local regulatory science capacity. And I want to connect that dots between this so-called health imperialism, where ideas are just exported from a UK, oftentimes, where the policy on tobacco harm reduction is so enlightened. But they will export that idea to a country such as India, saying, you should do this because we think this is good for you. And that idea is exported in a way that the local regulatory machinery is almost feeling obliged to accept. And there is no local science to kind of talk about the principles of, be it tobacco cessation, harm reduction, understanding nicotine and the nicotine misperceptions that, funny enough, Marina and I were the first ones to publish it and do research about originally in 2012. And it's kind of come full circle. We look at this prevalent issue about nicotine misperception and how that drives wrong policy. Wrong in the sense, wrong for public health, wrong for consumers, and a missed opportunity for making a real difference. So investment is needed. Companies should be doing something about it, doing local research. One final thing, actually, if I may. Transnational companies talk a lot about doing a lot of research, but it all happens primarily in the Western world. The US, because FDA requires it. In the UK, because it's got a good system for research and you can trust the research happening. But that doesn't mean they should not do research in Indonesia and Bangladesh and Kenya, where these companies have already launched products. So companies are rushing to launch their safer nicotine alternatives without actually doing local research. I think that's not done. They have to up their game and come and present that data in the next and the next and the next year here. Otherwise, I'm not going to accept their so-called claim of transformation. It is not actually happening.
Thank you, Sud. I think let's switch gears a bit and hear from an investor perspective, because I think there is this perception that, and you talking about it partly, Sud, is these companies are big companies, they have deep pockets, why can't they invest more, why can't they, they have a responsibility to do that. And I want to bring John into this, who John and I were both former analysts covering this sector, but John, subsequent to that, switched to being a fund manager and an investor in these companies. So I want to hear from John what his take is on, how investors look at these companies, tobacco companies, what it does, is there cost, what drives investment decisions, and how regulatory risk also comes into the equation.
Thank you, Peter. So, as you mentioned in your introductory remarks, we need investment in tobacco harm reduction to develop and market these products. And that investment only happens when investors can see that they're going to make a return. And, to delve down into the basics, we all understand, I think, that if you're taking more risk when you invest in something, you want a bigger return to compensate for that risk. And the more money you have to invest up front, the bigger amount of money you want to have a prospect of making in the end in order to generate an attractive financial return. And if the prospective return isn't high enough, then you don't invest in those things. So, if you believe in tobacco harm reduction, you want people and companies putting as much money as possible, as much money and effort as possible into trying to make great, new, less dangerous products for people that encourages people who smoke to switch away from combustible cigarettes. And regulation's important because the regulatory framework has a major impact on the overall risk of a new tobacco harm reduction project. If the framework is rational, consistent, and predictable, you know the rules of the game you're playing, and you can be more confident that if you develop a great product, you'll be able to market it effectively. And on the contrary, if regulation's capricious, inconsistent, and blown about by other forces, like the panics that media and politicians we know feed on and reinforce, then you're not sure what the rules of the games are, and you're not even sure that you'll be able to bring your product to market when you develop it. And I think probably all of us in this room would share the view that the current regulatory environment in the world for tobacco harm reduction products is far from ideal, and there's loads we can say about this, but I'll leave you with two examples for now, and we can come back to things later. So the first remark I'd make is that professional financial investors broadly really hate the tobacco sector. And I did a project for last year for what was then called the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World, for its now defunct Tobacco Transformation Index, which aimed to rank the largest tobacco companies in the world according to how fast they are transforming. And it was really hard to get investors to engage with that. I mean, many mainstream fund management houses have almost given up on the sector altogether. And a lot of them, sadly, don't get or just don't believe in the concept of tobacco harm reduction. Why is that? It's because they see the headlines about the products, about flavors being banned, they read the media scare stories, and a lot of them think this stuff is no better than cigarettes. What's the point? One of the consequences of that attitude is you've got two UK companies, BAT and Imperial, two of the world's largest tobacco businesses, on really very, very low valuations. They're on price earnings ratios of 5 or 6 times. Without getting too technical, that basically means they're priced as though they're going out of business in the next 5-6 years. And so a lot of people in the financial community are making the case that actually, instead of investing lots of money in tobacco harm reduction, in trying to make better products, they'd be better off just using that money to buy their own stock back or trying to maximize their cigarette cash flows. Because, what's the point in investing in products which might not bear fruit for 10 years if you're priced as though you won't exist in 10 years' time? And the second point I'd make on this front is that not all companies have the same risk tolerance, and big publicly listed companies, again, the big tobacco guys, tend to be quite conservative because they have an existing business model and reputation to consider. And the people who take more risk are small operators, small companies, individuals maybe. And they're also prepared to take more risk with tricky regulatory frameworks. And as we know, some of them have tolerance even for operating essentially illegally because they can maximize profits in the short term and cut and run when things get too hot. So if you have the wrong regulatory framework, then as you see in many places, Australia, US, India, the black or grey market takes over and large companies really struggle to operate in those environments. And the bigger problem is the image that that gives tobacco harm reduction as a concept and the pressure that that creates for even more crackdowns.
Thank you, John. I want to get back to just one of those points where you're talking about the valuations of BAT and Imperial. Particularly BAT is a company that is making very substantial investments into this area. For, whatever the reason is, investors are basically marking down BAT because of a perception of risk. Now, that is, be it the risk of their investments in new categories, or the risk of, for example, menthol getting banned in the US. But, it doesn't matter what the reason is, it is an example of how investors will mark you down. Doesn't matter what you decide as a company to do, investors will decide what the appropriate risk is. And, if your valuation is at that level, that creates a lot of internal pressure in companies, does it not? I mean, Marina, maybe you can come in there as, people get share incentives when all their sort of stock options they got are underwater because of whatever decision or announcement the company made. That creates a lot of internal tension. Anybody sort of care to comment on that? I think just I want to sort of really sort of bring this across is that, these companies are not independent. They have very significant shareholder bases to answer to. Sud?
I'll have a go at it from a very different perspective, which again, as smart analysts and investment fund managers of the past, you may just shoot down, and please do so and correct me. But I look at companies who invest a lot of money. Some of the examples you mentioned, big transnational tobacco companies investing millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars annually to put together data that they have to submit to the FDA, for example. They look at the US market and say, a lot of money to be made, and for sure it's a lot of money to be made. However, the regulatory uncertainty, as I can see from across the Atlantic, I think that market is just as messy as ever. I had a comment I heard yesterday, overheard about how, we talk about Australia as an example of how black market has thrived. And the counter comment by an expert in this area said, look, America is no different. We have a huge, rampant, unregulated market flourishing purely because the FDA and whatever. So I'm no expert on the sort of nuances of the regulation, but my point here is big companies can justify their expenses and their investment in trying to get FDA licenses for their products because they show that, look, there is a promise of us getting whatever it is, a PMT or an MRTP, and hence make a lot of money. That's their investment case, right? Now, I would challenge, and I think if some of you have an opportunity to go and challenge the CEOs and the management boards of these companies, I would say go and challenge them and say, if you were to invest the same amount of money in Indonesia and Bangladesh and South Africa and India and wherever else, you would potentially be able to crack that issue about access to a few 100 million people who would use current tobacco users. I'm being very safe about this. Current tobacco users who need access to safer alternatives and be able to also make the money. You need to justify your existence as a commercial enterprise. But I don't think anyone's making that case. Nobody goes to these CEOs and says, hey, you know what? You just got it completely wrong. Get out of your Western mindset. Look at the growth everyone else is betting on in China and India. Why aren't you doing the same thing for your tobacco business? Why is that not looking eastwards? So that's just my little naive medical doctor / public health / whatever viewpoint. I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I think, Sud, it's a very good observation. I would say, and maybe that brings us to the next point, is that I think in the minds of investors, those markets are sort of unknowns. People don't necessarily understand them. And perhaps the regulatory frameworks in those countries are viewed as less predictable. So the question is, how do we make those or reduce those regulatory or perceived regulatory risks? How do we change that? How do you make that more predictable? What's the role, for example, of, and you touched on it earlier, of local research in terms of creating an understanding about those markets, but also to help those countries not just take on whatever the WHO is saying. And I think, you know, I'm not trying to answer my own question, but I think there are two reasons why countries adopt WHO regulations. One is they don't have the local capacity, and perhaps if you could talk about that. But the other one is it is convenient for many because, you know, when you look at the reliance on tobacco tax revenues in many of these countries, and I wrote about it probably a few years ago now, but, you know, for some of these countries, very large percentages of their gross government expenditure is funded by tobacco excise revenue. We spoke about this. So unless you have local knowledge, it is very easy to adopt whatever the WHO is saying, and sort of protecting those cash flows under the guise of adopting the FCTC. Perhaps if you can sort of talk about the research side, and maybe John can sort of come in again on your sort of comments. Yep, please.
I'll respond to the point about the role of tax and the revenue that governments make in LMICs as a significant proportion of the sort of intake of revenues. And I would push it back saying, actually, in those countries which have purportedly copy-pasted a WHO diktat on banning or limiting access to safer nicotine alternatives, and in the case of, as I mentioned earlier, even NRT in some cases, or making it very unaffordable, they are actually losing out. The governments are now losing out because the market, it's a free market generally. The world is pretty connected. Even in India today, where e-cigarettes are banned, you fly from, let's say for example, you're getting on a flight in Mumbai and you are a vapor, and you have to hand out, you have to give back your, or you have to sort of give away your e-cigarette. The moment you land in Bangalore, there is a chap who is having an e-cigarette to give to you. Yeah, so this whole black market is thriving and flourishing. Who is losing out? Well, there are at least two stakeholders losing out. The government is one of them. They are not getting the tax revenues they could have got. And the same with pouches. Pouches are on the cusp of being flooded in the market of India today. And there is no regulatory policy around it. So again, there's going to be lost revenue for the government from taxes on emerging tobacco and nicotine products. The second loser, obviously, which I care about a lot, are the consumers. The consumers are getting unregulated products because they are prohibited. There is no regulatory framework. They're going to get that chap who's going to give you an e-cigarette in Bangalore. You do not know what's in that product. You do not know where it's come from. If it's come from China, it's taken 2 years to come through some dodgy supply chain. The nicotine there is perhaps expired. The liquid is all gone murky. You do not want that ex-smoker, current vapor to be exposed to that risk. And so there's just so many downsides. I cannot say a single upside.
John?
Yeah, so make a few remarks about your point, Sud, that maybe companies would be better off investing in LMICs rather than the US. I mean, the chart that Marina pulled up is interesting because look at those top 6 companies, most innovative. They're all US businesses, and for better or worse, sometimes for worse, obviously, the US is just such a massive cultural force around the world. And 3 of the large tobacco companies, make the largest amount of money in the US. And so I don't think you can get away from the fact that the US is going to continue to be just a really important driver of what goes on in tobacco and tobacco harm reduction, and how that is perceived globally. And as long as companies are making so much money there, investors are going to be asking, well, what are you going to be doing about your declining cigarette business? How are you going to transition that to something more sustainable? So that's not to say that investment in LMICs shouldn't happen. It obviously should, but we're not going to get away from the fact that the US is going to remain a dominant influence in what goes on here as well.
I wanted to ask Sud a question. You probably think it's a really stupid question, but so you're talking about investment in LMICs, and you're saying, okay, Western companies need to get out of their Western way of thinking and think about putting their money there. But what's wrong with the companies that are there? I mean, why isn't ITC thinking, let's move away from X, Y, and Z, because we could actually sell nicotine pouches. They're very well established in other parts of the world, and actually they're one of the products that you can definitively say, as far as the chemistry goes, their toxicant profile is almost identical to an NRT. And they've proven very popular, and actually I was quite surprised at how popular they are. So why isn't the ITC, for example, and you probably know other companies, why aren't they doing that? I mean, they're there, and you talked about the regulatory environment being unsure, and people, it's an unknown entity, but not surely for ITC.
May I dodge the question? And I'll tell you why. Because see, it's not for me to speak on why. These are publicly listed companies, and I haven't seen any statement, and I would be very happy to be corrected from anyone in the audience when you open it up, Peter, to address this question specifically. But I don't think I can venture out to answer why are they not doing it. If you ask me simply, should they be doing it? I will say, yes, of course they should be doing it. It's a very logical thing for any company that is facing so much upheaval in the market that is way beyond their control. I would say they should go for it. So if let's assume they are doing it, or they're at least planning to do it, I would say we should support that for sure. But let's find that out. I would not venture on saying they are doing it.
Yeah. Marina, I want to ask you, from your previous experience, I mean, we have an interesting situation in the US now, where for the legal industry, it takes years to get a new product to market, to get through the PMTA process, etc. How, from your perception, has that affected the way companies invest in developing products specifically for the US market, and has it sort of shifted their focus, and again bringing this sort of concept of regulatory risk driving investment into the equation?
As you said, the regulatory environment in the US, I think it's interesting on one level because they talk about scientific evidence, and we love when people say scientific evidence, and you must have the data and be able to prove it, prove what you say, on the one hand. On the other hand, you have a situation where, as you mentioned, in order to put in an application to get an authorization, you end up spending millions and millions and millions of pounds. And the only people, or the only companies that can do that, are the well-established tobacco companies that have, they can sell lots of cigarettes, and they still do, not least because they need that money to reinvest in things like reduced risk products. So the smaller companies just have absolutely no hope. There is no hope of breaking into that market, despite the fact that it's a huge market and, again, huge potential returns. But where are they going to get the money to do that? And what, there's no certainty that they will ever get a PMTA. I mean, look at the Juul situation, where years down the line, the market denial order has only just been rescinded. So you're in the situation where you have a really clean product with a a very big, impressive, expensive data set. They haven't been awarded a PMTA, yet you have a situation where a combustible cigarette has been given one, the very low nicotine cigarette. Now, to me, that makes absolutely zero sense, absolutely no sense whatsoever, that you can get a PMTA for a cigarette, and we're always talking about a combustion, eliminate combustion. It makes no sense.
So I want to just hear from all of you, maybe starting with you, Sud. I mean, we're talking about all these issues and all the problems. How do we overcome that? How do we overcome these regulatory risk issues, particularly in LMICs that, you know, from the outside appear to be a bit of a crapshoot, if you can call it that, in that who knows what's going to happen, because, and really, do we need to wait for the WHO? What can companies do, what can the industry do to help change that or to reduce that regulatory risk and certainly perceived regulatory risk?
Well, it's a very, very loaded question. I've kind of answered it in my initial opening remarks that unless local regulatory science capacity is built among institutions, academia, local medical, public health professionals, be it by transnational companies or local national monopolies, local pharmaceutical companies, I'm agnostic. I don't care who does it. Even the government, if they invest in doing actual proper research on the harms of tobacco, on tobacco cessation, and finally leading to that sort of enlightenment moment where they understand it's not the nicotine that's the problem, but it's either the smoke in the case of combustible or the added chemicals in the case of smokeless tobacco. I think that eureka moment is what we have to all sort of strive towards, either from outside or within the country. If there are companies who have a huge market share, like ITC, they should take the lead on actually funding research. They have much better access to local institutions than a foreign company for various foreign-related, currency-related laws, in the case of India, for example. So there is a huge opportunity for all these companies to invest in local research, which will pay the dividends for them to have the right regulatory framework when it comes to that. Waiting for the WHO to wake up and look at its own framework convention and discover the line which says harm reduction strategies along with demand reduction and supply reduction is waiting for another, I don't know how many hundreds of years, unfortunately.
Thank you. John, can I ask you from an investor perspective, how do you, or certainly when you were in those shoes, how did you navigate regulatory risk? I think back to, for example, 2017, when the FDA announcements came out, where you have a very significant moves in these share prices. As an investor, you know, how do you look, how do you build that in, how do you think about it, and how do you make it manageable?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because, you know, normally in investment situations which are very complicated, if you do the work to understand the situation and get your head around it and come to a position where you have a strong view about what the final outcome will be, that's a good position to make money. Except in tobacco, it doesn't seem to work out quite that way because of, you know, there's so many forces out there which are working against the companies, and I think it was obvious to plenty of people when, you know, Gottlieb announced his plan to take nicotine out of cigarettes that, you know, there was very little chance of that happening in the near term at all. And I thought that, and, you know, we're still as far away from ever as that is from actually happening. But the performance of the stock prices has still been terrible because it's not just a question of the profits that the companies make, but what is also going on in the sector more broadly is there is a big push to get people to divest. You have things like the Tobacco Free Portfolios Initiative, which is just telling people that there's no such thing as a responsible tobacco company. There is no responsible behavior that they could do apart from just stop selling cigarettes overnight. And so, you know, you've had this very long-running saga of basically people selling their tobacco stock over a period of years. And that's a kind of self-perpetuating negative cycle for investors. And that's one of the things also, which is, you know, in addition to all the other news flow, just encourage people to get out of the stocks and not bother trying to understand the issues.
Perhaps we open to questions at this stage. Are there any questions from the audience? No. Is it Chris? Yeah.
Thanks. Chris Snowden, Institute of Economic Affairs. Just a question really regarding what John was just saying there about the divestment movement and so on. Would it really matter if the big tobacco companies end up just buying back all their shares and becoming private companies? I mean, would that have any effects on anyone apart from people who invested in the stock? Because, I mean, most of the tobacco stock is ridiculously cheap by any normal measure, apart from possibly JTI, because it's had a very good year or two. But I think Imperial, the price to earnings ratio is something like 7. You know, no wonder they're buying back their shares. But my question is, would it matter to consumers or policymakers or anybody else if these companies ultimately just buy back all their shares and become private?
Shall I go at that first? I mean, personally, I think it would matter. So again, if you're a believer in tobacco harm reduction, then, you know, who are the people best placed to make a big impact in terms of reducing the harms of smoking for the world's population is the companies who sell cigarettes. And while they're publicly listed and have, you know, normal shareholders, they have AGMs, you can go and question management, they do quarterly briefings where they tell you what's going on, and again, analysts and others can question them. They're accountable. And they can be influenced in their behaviour. If they were completely private and owned by some shady billionaire in for instance, the Caymans, they could do what they liked. And in that situation, potentially, they would become much more about maximising profits and about trying to sell as many cigarettes as possible for as long as possible. And that's likely to be a less desirable outcome for public health.
Yeah, I think maybe just sort of adding to that and maybe a bit more general comment is if you looked at the previously published, when it still existed, Tobacco Transformation Index, you had a very clear distinction between public multinational companies where you would see the highest degree of transformation. Now, whether that's good or bad for shareholders remains to be seen. And the other end, the worst end, would be the single country privately owned, not even state owned, single country privately owned companies would have no interest in any transformation. Why would they? Unless they are forced to by competition, for example. But if you have a protected industry, it doesn't happen. So, you know, I think there is a lot to be said, as John said, for having public companies from a transformation perspective. Now, is that good or not for shareholders? I would say it is, because you look at the differential in the valuation of PMI versus, say, a BAT and Imperial, whereas PMI generates now a very significant proportion of its revenues from heated tobacco, essentially. I mean, must be one of the, you know, we talked about this last night, one of the only big companies in history that has disrupted itself so successfully. And it is shown in what the valuation is. But it's also generating much higher growth. So there is an incentive for companies to do it, but to do it right. But, you know, somewhere in between, it gets lost in some of the company valuations. So until you get, there is a pain period for investors to get through. David.
In listening to this and thinking about how markets work and the role of entrepreneurs and the ability of some people to look at something and not see the problems but see an opportunity, it seems to me that there's a huge opportunity here for a new player in a low middle income country, or some number of them, not so much with an orientation toward what can we do for public health, but an idea of industrial strategy. Many of the markets where you would expect the new companies to emerge have committed regulatory suicide, that it's impossible for a company to do something there. But if you were a mogul in Indonesia or India, and you said, I want to make this happen, and you had connection with government to get the regulatory structure necessary to do it, and brought in the regulatory or the R&D expertise, or bought the IP for products, it would look like you could go to scale in a country like that and say, we want to be like a Samsung or a Toyota or an ITC, you know, companies that, Taiwan Semiconductor, I'm sorry, companies that are a result of industrial strategy and came to be very dominant players in a marketplace. You know, go to scale in your own country, document what you've done, and then take that global. I mean, is that where we might see the future of something like this?
Partly, yes, would be my answer. I'd sort of like to get the input from the panel as well. But, I mean, there are a few things I want to say about that. Number one is, you made a very important point, is you need to get buy-in from the local government, from regulators. Now, that is quite a big if, right? So you're talking about a country like Indonesia, where you have a tobacco industry that is generating fairly significant tax revenues and quite a significant proportion of government revenues. What is their initial incentive to allow someone to come in, or support someone to come in to disrupt that? Clearly, public health is important, but it does come at a very significant cost, certainly in the short term. So I think, you know, there is a big hurdle. If you don't get the buy-in of government, you find that you have the situation that Relax had in China, that listed. There was a big white elephant in the room, is the potential risk of regulation of these products. Investors at the time either ignored it or just didn't think about it. And I mean, that valuation's gone from, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're talking about $35 billion to, I don't even know what it is now, but it, you know, if it is $1 billion, that would be a lot, right? So it is critical that you get that. The question is how you get that, and how you convince those governments to allow you to do that.
Tax revenues for cigarettes have come up many times, and obviously, of course, governments need to make money. But what I don't understand is, what's the difference between tax revenue from a cigarette or an e-cigarette? I mean, that's what you have regulation for. That's how you create stability. You regulate the product, the government makes money, and everybody's happy. So if you accept that an e-cigarette or a vape is a substitute, potentially for a cigarette. I don't understand why governments can't go down the direction of thinking, I mean, maybe I don't understand, but what's the difference?
I think the main difference is the cost of manufacturing a cigarette versus these other products. So a big reason these products are attractive to consumers is because they don't attract the same excise tax and in countries where you have lower taxes, where you're paying $1 or so for a pack of cigarettes, the cost of manufacturing those cigarettes is still only, you know, call it sort of 10 cents a stick, not even. So we have a long way, and this is partly what we talked about, is investment in getting these products to be cheaper. But if in those countries that we're talking about is where cigarettes are really very cheap. So those, for reduced risk products to compete in those markets is very difficult at the cost of manufacture. To give an example, I mean, the price at which, and this is not even talking about devices, but the price at which BAT and now PMI through Swedish Match is selling nicotine pouches in Pakistan is probably below the actual cost of production. And, you know, if you're going to want to add a tax to that, a significant tax, to replace whatever revenues you're going to lose, there's a long way to go.
Well, cost is directly related to scale, right? So if you have a huge number of cigarette smokers that you can switch to e-cigarettes, well, that's going to make a massive difference. And you already have companies like Elfbar, for example, and the scale of the production that they have is absolutely amazing, I would say.
May I just add to that? And I want to answer what David asked, perhaps, if I understood you right, David, regarding the industrial strategy and its application for almost transforming the way, who manufactures and what do they sell and where. I'm going to just sort of tweak it a bit, if I may, and say that, look, to your example of Elfbar, and is it a Chinese company? Yeah. I would say a similar example would be companies in India, for example, who currently manufacture oral tobacco of the nastiest kind. But these are massive companies. They make they make billions of dollars selling a product which is very toxic. I do know that many of them at least have started having those conversations of, can we, shall we, should we, may we start manufacturing pouches? And I think that's a very fascinating kind of transformation where we're not looking at a sort of a bunch of Western companies selling tobacco products or safer nicotine products in the LMICs, but actually China with Elfbar or an Indian company that comes and says, look, you know what? I don't know what's happening in India in terms of nicotine pouches, but I'm going to try and sell pouches in a country where it's properly regulated. And I would rather that happens because it does a few things. Unlike some of the examples of where products have come from China and flooded the markets of the UK and US and elsewhere in the world, it's creating a black market, completely disrupting and causing huge panics, real or moral. If there was, or there were a few countries where pouches were properly regulated for nicotine strength, for marketing to the right sort of consumers, and there's so many ifs here, by the way, so bear with me. But if that was the case, the industrial strategy approach would make sense for one or two companies to actually be able to do that. They would have deep pockets to fund that commercial activity. But I would hope, and this is, I'm putting the ball back in your court, David, or the likes of you who have over the years enabled transformation through your advocacy, I would say they need to hear from people like you. They need to hear from those who have seen the light of tobacco harm reduction and public health to be given the confidence saying, look, you make as much as money you want, but please be responsible citizens of the global kind of nicotine corporations. And if you can please twist their arms and whisper in their ears and make them accountable, I think we might have just exactly what you're saying that we need.
Ben?
I'm Bengt Wiberg from Sweden, a US European patent holder for a nicotine pouch that has a protective side against gum irritation and stinging sensation. Let me start with you. Sorry, I forgot your name. Peter, yes. You were saying that cigarettes is much less costly to produce than safer alternatives. That certainly doesn't go for Sweden. I was interviewed by Sweden's convenience store magazine and pointed out that the gross revenues for retailers selling nicotine pouches or snus is more than double that of selling cigarettes. So here we have, at least in Sweden, I think I read also in Tobacco Reporter that the gross revenues for gross margin for nicotine pouches is about 5-6 times that of sale of cigarettes. So what we have in Sweden is a sort of tobacco retailer incentive to switch people from cigarettes to safer alternatives, not just for the conscience, but for the profit of the shop itself. And I love David's question and Sud's reply. Getting those with money and capacity in the LIMIC countries to sort of seek help, start something locally. That would be the absolute best. But as for now, tobacco-free nicotine pouches is not yet allowed in India. Give it a couple of years, and when these major companies today making billions of dollars of unsafe smokeless tobacco realized here is something better, perhaps even with better profit, I'm sure somebody will speak to the government somehow and bring about this change. Thank you very much.
So thank you for that question. I think there are two things you touched on there. The first is the retail margins rather than the cost of production. And that is a function of whatever the market structure is in those markets, but also is a function of excise tax. So it also depends on, from a retail perspective, on what price you calculate the retail margin. So for example, I'm just thinking of the UK. If you are making, as a retailer, 10% of the retail price of a pack of cigarettes, it's quite a significant amount of money. It is £1 to £1.50 of the actual manufacturer's selling price, so excluding the excise tax. It is a very significant percentage, but it doesn't seem like a lot relative to the retail price. Whereas if you are, for example, taking the nicotine pouches, let's say they are selling at £5 a can, there is no tax other than VAT on that, or there's I think in the UK there currently is excise. If at all, there's very little excise on that. So when you're looking at it as a percentage of the retail price, it is going to look like a higher percentage. But if you look at it as a percentage of the actual sort of manufacturer's selling price, the numbers change. So it depends on which prices you look at there. And I think why these products are so profitable is because they are being sold as if they have excise tax on them in markets where cigarette prices are high. So if you think in the US, you're selling it for $5 a can, the manufacturing cost is about 50 cents. Whereas cigarettes, the manufacturing cost might be 20 cents a pack or whatever, but you're selling it for $7, $8, but of that, there's this very significant excise portion. So, all I want to say is be cautious about how you interpret some of those percentages, because it depends on what price. And those numbers will change as excise come into these products. But for now, in a market where you can sell it at $5 a can, it's very profitable. In a market where you cannot sell it for more than 50 cents a can, it's not profitable at all.
Can also change position to make it a little bit easier with the lighting. So otherwise it's slightly challenging. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. I have a question. I'm a little bit new to the industry and I joined really to help with the transformation with harm reduction. You picture a little bit a very depressive situation where the stakeholders are not working together in a way, and there is a lack of trust towards the tobacco companies and on the intention. What do you think should the industry do to build the trust or to really move? Because in everything you have been saying, there is really a loss for the consumer in terms of better health, and there is a loss in terms of society, in terms of value. There is really a value which is wasted. So what should be done, in your view, to rebuild the trust?
I'll have a go at that first. I mean, it's going to be a long haul. I think one of the things the industry could do a lot better still is cooperate sensibly when it comes to regulatory frameworks, and minimize the use of regulation for competitive advantage. I think there are still examples of that you see around the world of companies trying to use particular regulatory situations for, to maximize their own profits and do down their rivals. And I think that is, it's bad for the long-term future of harm reduction, and it creates confusion in the minds of regulators and governments themselves, and I think it really pisses consumers off too. And I think what the industry doesn't do enough of is trying to help consumer advocates. I mean, and I don't mean by setting up organisations. I mean, one of the things that was slightly strange about people who use cigarettes is they would never speak up for the industry. I mean, they might consume the industry's products, but they hated the companies whose products they were buying. With people who use harm reduction products, be that vapes or tobacco heating or pouches, you have a bunch of consumers who are much more willing to talk and speak up for the choice they've made. And I think there ought to be much more potential for maximising the use of that consumer voice. Because, I mean, Peter asked earlier, what's going to change the stupid regulatory situations we have various places around the world? I mean, I'm short-term pessimistic, but long-term optimistic. And the reason for long-term optimism is because consumers aren't stupid. They work this stuff out for themselves. And pretty much wherever you look, however stupid the regulatory situation, if it's stupid enough, people ignore it and just go and do what they want to do anyway. And I think it's kind of remarkable how resilient consumers have been in this space, considering all the crap that's been thrown at them. And it's amazing that the market is still globally been growing despite people's attempts to not let it grow. And, eventually, I think those people will be listened to, and governments will be forced to realise that, look, this is going on regardless of whether we try to ban it or not. Let's create something more sensible.
I'm just actually going to add to the comment that you just made, and one of the things that you said was, the irony being about smokers buying products of companies that they hate. And I think that's probably why we're in a really weird situation now, whereby CBD and THC is really trendy and it's, going to be legalized everywhere and all the rest of it. And then in the same breath, the same regulator will say, oh, we should ban nicotine-containing products. And that, of course, is directly linked to the fact that there's a huge, big industry and legacy associated with nicotine, but not necessarily CBD, or not CBD at all. These companies are new, these products are new, so there isn't the company to hate. And I think that the way that plays into regulation is quite ironic as well, because you have regulators that are doing things and they think we're sticking it to big tobacco, but what they're actually doing is recreating the kind of environment that led to the creation of big tobacco in the first place, to create big vape. Because what will happen is, you get a really commoditized product, and the only companies that will have the scale and the wherewithal to be bothered to market a product that's that boring is big tobacco / big vape, and all the other companies will be gone.
Sud, did you have a...
I have a very quick comment, if I may. I think this might sound like a broken record, but I always like to say that one fundamental thing that what can the industry do, among many other things, is to address some of the most fundamental hurdle to acceptance of what the industry thinks as its future, which is reduced harm products, next generation products, and that is nicotine misperceptions. And for the last 10 years, I've come to this and other conferences and heard people moaning about how nicotine is misunderstood by all kinds of stakeholders. I do not see any genuine effort that is multi-stakeholder across all geographies that actually addresses this misinformation regarding nicotine, done in a very objective way and not promoting a product. We don't want them to do a education, training / information campaign at the end of which you have a slide which says, by the way, here is what we sell. So without that, just purely to get over that hurdle of nicotine misinformation and then have the right regulatory policies that follow over time. It's not going to happen overnight, but the industry has to come together potentially, perhaps, which it's not used to doing, and address this massive stumbling block, in my view.
I'm going to go a step further than that, because I think that, so you're talking about reduced harm. If you actually do the job that you really want to do, you entirely replace combustible products with what are now called reduced harm products, in which case they're not reduced harm anymore, they're just nicotine. And I think that's one of the things that the industry has been afraid to grapple with, is the idea that humans like to use stuff like nicotine and alcohol and caffeine. And that's the nature of human beings, and human beings have used nicotine for tens of thousands of years, and there's archaeological evidence to prove that. And I think that's the thing, that's the real thing that needs to be grappled with, is the idea that maybe it's okay for humans to use nicotine.
Anyone else? I think we sort of nearly at time, but I want to just ask, well, firstly, thank the panel certainly for me, was a very interesting discussion. And I want to ask, maybe starting with you, Sud, any sort of closing thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Look, I mean, at the risk of repeating myself, I think where the action is on the ground in a significant proportion and percentage of consumption of risky tobacco products is where the investment has to go. The geopolitical reality of the world is that it's a completely different set of economies which are emerging and sort of leading the charts globally. And there is a potential for companies, either local or international or a combination of them, to be innovative, be adventurous, but also, as I said in my GF and Science Lab 5 or whatever, that there is a win-win-win, which is possible there with public health, with consumers, and with the industry. They can make the money, but they can also save lives and also achieve public health outcomes. And consumers can potentially, if that is what they need, they can get the nicotine in a safer form for their own use. So that would be a thing to push for and aspire for.
Thank you. So, John?
Yeah, I would pick up on a point that Marina just made, actually, which is I genuinely believe that the big tobacco companies want to do better. You know, they want to change, and it's ironic that the regulatory situation in many parts of the world is preventing them from changing as quickly as they might want. And as you said, Marina, it's actually protecting the cash flows from their legacy dirty combustible products. And it seems very strange to me that people don't understand that more broadly. And I think it is a point that needs to keep on being reiterated.
I think I'll just repeat myself. I think that the reality is, regardless of whether you're a big tobacco company or a tiny little vape company, we're all selling nicotine, and I think we need to own that, get off the back foot, not always be on the defensive and be a bit more proactive.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for attending. I think it's been, to me, certainly really interesting hearing very different opinions. I think it's very clear that there's a question. So all innovation and investments are in a major way affected by the fiscal policy in both developed countries and LMICs. How can fiscal policies be designed to incentivize the production, distribution, affordability of low-risk nicotine products, ensuring they're accessible to population in both LMICs and developed countries, while also considering potential impacts on public health and revenue streams? Well, I guess that is the million-dollar question. I mean, what I would say is, the ideal clearly is to incentivize both companies and consumers through lower taxes on reduced risk products. I guess the question is, how do you incentivize the governments to take that leap and disrupt their tax revenues? So how do you, where do you find that balance? I don't know, honestly, what the answer is. It's very clear what needs to be done. How you do it, I'm not so sure. Maybe, Sud, you have a...
So I'm going to have a go at it at a statement I made earlier, because I think it's very tempting to think that consumers of current forms of risky products want a cheaper alternative. And I don't know what the behavioral research, so for them to switch to a safer, or for them to go to a different consumption habit, they will need to be incentivized with a cheaper product. I don't know if that is the only reason of the decision-making process. And as I said earlier, if in countries like China and Indonesia and India and Bangladesh, there are enough people who may be consuming risky forms of tobacco who can afford to buy a good, costly pack of, good as in highly priced pack of nasty tobacco in those countries, and they'll happily pay the same amount for a less risky product. So I wouldn't get bogged down into, is it going to be cheaper and hence I'm going to switch to this product. I would say, look, there are people who can buy a 200,000 Porsche in Midtown in India, and happily so, and there's many of them out there. So let's not get hung up on that sort of thinking.
Sure, I agree. What I would say, though, is and that comes back to how good these products are. So if you are compromising, then initially, certainly, you need to be incentivized in many markets, especially in markets where cigarettes are very expensive. So you have sort of two extremes. The one is an expensive market like the UK, right? So if you're going to have to take out 10 to 15 pounds for something, it needs to be good if it's not your existing product. And that is why, when you look at the history of IQOS in the UK, they initially came in at the same price as Marlboro per pack, and it didn't work at all. Now it's selling at about a third. It's selling at around £5 a pack. A pack of Marlboro now in the UK is about £15. So because for a smoker, there is, for many smokers, there is a compromise in terms of nicotine, delivery, etc. So if the product is equally satisfying to the consumer, they probably don't need that incentive. But I think when you're paying that much, the other extreme is a are places where these products are so cheap. So maybe the consumers in India would, if they're only paying, let's call it $2 a pack for Marlboro, would be prepared to pay $5 for a reduced risk product. But we would need to be pretty good, right, for them to pay more than double what they're currently paying.
Can I just comment on that? And I'm going to switch gears and move away from India to, let's say, Indonesia, for example, which I still believe has not signed the FCTC or ratified it. Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong. But if that is the case, I think there should be. Am I right to say that? So if they are not a signatory to the FCTC, I think there is no incentive for the country. Back to the question on what policies, I wouldn't get stuck on fiscal policies. I would say, look, tobacco harm reduction should not be seen in isolation from existing range of tobacco control policies, including higher taxes, public place bans, all the stuff that works. Now, you can argue how much it works, but taxes have worked. And I'm going to look at some of the public health experts here who have, over the years, contributed to that. I'm looking at you, David, particularly. And so these things work. If there is no incentive for those countries to sign up to these things, and even the tobacco companies are not asking them to, hey, you know what, go and ratify the treaty, but then also include tobacco harm reduction as part of your strategy. I think we are missing a trick to not just look at those countries, but also saying the companies which sell there should also feel equally accountable, because if they really believe in harm reduction, it cannot be an isolated sort of strand of advocacy.
Yeah, I'll just make a point on that as well. So I think you're probably right, Sue, that when it comes to the actual consumer, they're not necessarily looking for a much cheaper product as the reason to switch to reduce harm. But I still think that tax policy sends an important message. I mean, tobacco tax is commonly called a sin tax. Yeah, it's a sin tax for a reason. So if you apply the same tax to vaping and pouches, you're basically sending a message to the consumer that this is just as bad a sin, and maybe that's not particularly helpful in terms of the message you want to get across to people. So I think there's a strong argument for having, at the very least, a big tax advantage, a much less large tax burden on the reduced harm products. But yeah, Marina mentioned this earlier as well. It potentially is useful to have reduced harm products taxed from the point of view of building the government in as a stakeholder to reduced harm products. So, I think we sometimes see from advocates a lot of outrage when vaping taxes are proposed, and some of the vaping taxes that are proposed are really stupid. But some tax is probably a good long-term thing from the point of view of making governments have an interest in how that sector is developing.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. It was great to spend time with the panel. Please join me in thanking the panel. And enjoy the rest. Thank you.